Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The late afternoon sun filtered through the cottonwood leaves, casting dappled shadows across the surface of Driftwood Creek. Thomas Morgan sat on the weathered stump that had become his thinking spot over the past 3 weeks. He watched as golden light spilled over the water, transforming ordinary ripples into ribbons of molten amber. At 46, Thomas had the sturdy build of a man accustomed to physical labor, though grief had carved hollow spaces beneath his cheekbones and added silver threads to his dark brown hair. His hands, calloused from years of working the land, rested on knees that ached more with each passing season. The small camp he'd established sat just 20 yards back from the creek bank, hidden among a stand of cottonwoods, whose massive trunks spoke of centuries weathered in this peaceful grove. A simple canvas tent, a fire ring lined with river stones, and a few personal belongings were all he'd brought on this journey that had no clear destination. 3 weeks ago, he'd packed what he could carry on his horse, left the homestead in the capable hands of his brother-in-law, and ridden west with no particular plan beyond escaping the crushing emptiness of a home that no longer held Margaret. Thomas closed his eyes and let the sounds of the creek wash over him, the gentle babble of water finding its path through smooth stones, the occasional splash of a fish breaking the surface, and the constant chorus of crickets beginning their evening song, formed a natural symphony that almost, but never quite, drowned out his thoughts. This spot along Driftwood Creek had become a refuge of sorts, a place where grief didn't press quite so heavily on his chest. He hadn't intended to stay more than a night when he'd first discovered the grove, but something about the place had coaxed him into lingering. Just a few more days, he murmured to himself, the words carried away by a breeze that set the cottonwood leaves shivering. Their trembling created a sound like gentle rainfall, though no clouds marred the clear blue expanse overhead. Thomas had said the same thing last week and the week before that. The truth was, he had nowhere pressing to be, no reason to continue his aimless wandering just yet. Here, at least, the relentless cycle of his thoughts seemed to slow. As the sun dipped lower toward the distant hills, Thomas stirred himself to attend to practical matters. He gathered fallen branches for his evening fire, refilled his canteen from the clear running waters of the creek, and checked on his horse, a dependable dun gelding named Samson who grazed contentedly in a grassy clearing nearby. These simple tasks anchored him to the present, preventing his mind from drifting too far into memories that still cut like freshly honed blades. With practiced efficiency, Thomas soon had a small fire crackling in the stone ring. He set a pot of coffee to boil and unwrapped the remains of a rabbit he'd snared the previous day. The familiar routines of wilderness survival had become a comfort, clear problems with straightforward solutions, unlike the bottomless void that Margaret's passing had left in his life. 6 months had passed since influenza had taken her, 6 months of a silence so profound it seemed to have substance. As twilight settled over the grove, bringing with it a deepening blue that filtered through the branches overhead, Thomas finished his simple meal and leaned back against the trunk of a massive cottonwood. The evening chorus of crickets intensified, punctuated occasionally by the melodic call of a whip-poor will from somewhere deeper in the woods. He nursed his cup of coffee, watching the fire's dancing flames and allowing his thoughts to wander. It was then, in that liminal space between day and night, that Thomas first heard it. The faint, almost imperceptible notes of a fiddle playing somewhere along the creek. The melody was hesitant at first, like the musician was warming up or perhaps deciding what to play. Then it found its rhythm, a slow, melancholic tune that seemed to weave itself into the natural sounds of the grove rather than disrupt them. Thomas set his coffee cup down carefully and rose to his feet, straining to identify the direction from which the music came. It seemed to float on the evening air, sometimes appearing to originate downstream, other times sounding as if it were coming from across the creek entirely. The tune itself was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of something Margaret used to play on quiet evenings when the day's work was done. "Hello?" Thomas called, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the peaceful grove. "Is someone there?" The fiddle music continued uninterrupted, neither faltering nor growing louder at his call. Thomas grabbed his lantern, lit it from the fire, and began to move cautiously along the creek bank. The soft ground muffled his footsteps as he walked, scanning the gathering darkness for any sign of another person. The music remained elusive, seemingly always just ahead or behind, never quite where he expected it to be. After following the meandering path of the creek for nearly a quarter mile, Thomas paused. The twilight had deepened into true night, and even with his lantern, navigation became increasingly difficult through the thick undergrowth. The fiddle music continued, though, if anything, the melody had grown richer, more certain in its execution. There was something in the playing style, a particular way of lingering on certain notes, that reminded him painfully of Margaret. She had played just that way, with a natural talent that made even the simplest tunes sound profound. "Margaret played that song," Thomas said aloud, speaking to the unseen musician as if they might respond. "My wife. She's been gone 6 months now." The music continued unabated, neither acknowledging his words nor seeming to notice his presence at all. After a few more attempts to locate the source of the sound, Thomas reluctantly turned back toward his camp, the mysterious melody following him all the way. Only when he reached the clearing did the music begin to fade, growing fainter and fainter until it merged with the night sounds of the grove and disappeared altogether. Thomas sat by his fire long into the night, listening intently for any return of the ethereal fiddle. His mind sought rational explanations. Another traveler camped further along the creek, perhaps? Or even his own grief-addled imagination conjuring sounds from the whisper of wind through the cottonwoods. Yet the melody had been too precise, too intentional to be merely the product of nature or delusion. As he finally retired to his tent, Thomas found himself wondering if he might have wandered into one of those thin places Margaret had sometimes spoken of. Spots where the boundary between worlds grew permeable. Such fanciful thinking had never been his habit, but grief had a way of reshaping a man's mind, opening him to possibilities he might once have dismissed without consideration. The following morning dawned clear and bright, sunlight streaming through the canopy of cottonwood leaves to dapple the ground with shifting patterns of light and shadow. Thomas rose early, as was his custom, rekindled his fire, and brewed fresh coffee while considering the events of the previous evening. In the practical light of day, the mysterious fiddle music seemed more dream than reality, though he remained certain of what he'd heard. After a simple breakfast, Thomas decided to explore further along the creek, following the path he'd taken in pursuit of the music. Daylight revealed the area to be even more picturesque than he'd realized during his twilight search. The creek widened into shallow pools, where minnows darted among water plants and wildflowers bloomed in profusion along the banks. He saw no sign of another campsite or any indication that another person had recently passed this way. About a half-mile downstream from his camp, Thomas discovered a natural clearing where the cottonwoods formed an almost perfect circle around a patch of lush grass. At the center stood one enormous tree, its trunk wider than a man could encircle with both arms outstretched. Something about the clearing struck Thomas as deliberate, as if it had been shaped by human hands rather than forming naturally, though he could see no evidence of cultivation or management. "Mighty peculiar," he murmured, approaching the central tree with curiosity. Its bark was deeply furrowed, bearing marks and carvings that had been weathered by time to mere suggestions of their original forms. Near its base, half hidden by tall grass, Thomas spotted something that didn't belong among the natural detritus of the forest floor. Kneeling, he carefully retrieved a carved wooden tuning peg, the kind used on stringed instruments worn smooth from years of handling. The discovery sent a shiver down his spine despite the warmth of the morning sun. Someone had indeed played music here, though whether recently or long ago remained impossible to determine from this single artifact. "Found something interesting there, stranger?" The voice startled Thomas so badly he nearly fell backward. Turning quickly, he found himself facing an elderly man who had approached with remarkable stealth through the surrounding woods. The stranger was short and wiry, with a full white beard that reached nearly to his chest and deep-set eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. He wore buckskins that had seen better days and carried a worn Winchester rifle cradled casually in one arm. "Didn't mean to give you a fright," the old man continued, a smile crinkling the web of wrinkles around his eyes. "Name's Harlan Weaver. Been trapping these parts for more years than I care to count." Thomas introduced himself as he rose to his feet, still holding the wooden tuning peg. "I found this just now," he explained, extending his hand to show the object. "Came looking because I heard fiddle music last night, down by the creek. Thought I might find whoever was playing." Something shifted in Harlan's expression. Not quite surprise, but a knowing look that suggested Thomas's experience wasn't unexpected. "So, you heard the fiddler," he said, nodding slowly. "Not everyone does. Some folks camp in this grove for weeks and never hear a note. Others catch it their first night." "You know about this?" Thomas asked, gesturing vaguely toward the clearing and the creek beyond. "About the music?" Harlan leaned his rifle carefully against the massive cottonwood and settled himself on a fallen log with the deliberate movements of a man whose joints protested sudden actions. "Been hearing that fiddle, on and off for nigh on 30 years, he confirmed. "First time nearly scared the life out of me. I was checking my trap lines just after sundown and suddenly there was music coming from nowhere and everywhere at once." Thomas sat down across from Harlan, his interest thoroughly piqued. "But who's playing? I walked quite a ways following the sound last night, but never could find the source." "You won't find him that way," Harlan said with quiet certainty. "Not by chasing after the sound. The fiddler comes and goes on his own terms, plays for his own reasons." The old trapper paused, studying Thomas with keen eyes that belied his advanced years. "Though I did see him once, only once, in all these years." "You saw him?" Thomas leaned forward eagerly. "Who is he?" Harlan's gaze turned distant, focusing on something invisible to Thomas. "It was about 15 years back, during a full moon in October. I was camped not far from here, and the fiddle started up just as the moon cleared the eastern ridge. But that night, instead of staying mysterious, the music led me straight to this very clearing." Thomas glanced around the circular space, seeing it differently now, not just as a natural formation, but as a stage of sorts for whatever strange performance Harlan had witnessed. Was standing right there, Harlan continued, pointing to a spot near the massive central tree. Young fella, couldn't have been more than 25, dressed old-fashioned like folks did back before the war, had his eyes closed, swaying slightly as he played, with moonlight pouring down all around him. Most peculiar thing was how the cottonwood leaves seemed to glow silver in that light, moving to the rhythm of his bow like they were dancing. But who was he? Thomas pressed. Did he speak to you? Harlan shook his head slowly. Never seemed to notice me at all. I stood at the edge of the clearing for what must have been an hour, just watching and listening. He played tunes I'd never heard before, and some that reminded me of songs from my youth. When the last song ended, he lowered his fiddle, gave a small bow like he was acknowledging applause I couldn't hear, and then the old man's voice trailed off. And then? Thomas prompted, and then he walked straight into that big cottonwood tree. Harlan finished simply. Didn't bump against it or climb it. Walked into it, like there was a door none but him could see. One moment he was there, the next he wasn't. Under normal circumstances, Thomas might have dismissed such a tale as the fabrication of an eccentric old man, or perhaps the product of moonshine in isolation. But the memory of last night's music was still fresh in his mind, and the wooden peg he held seemed physical proof of something unusual in this peaceful grove. Do you know anything about him? Thomas asked. His name, or why he might be here? Harlan scratched thoughtfully at his beard. There are stories, of course, always are, about peculiar things in these parts. Some say he was a traveling musician who met his end in these woods during a violent storm. A cottonwood struck by lightning fell on him as he sought shelter. Others claim he was killed for his fine fiddle by bandits who couldn't play it themselves. My favorite tale, though, is that he fell in love with a local girl whose father forbade the match. They planned to elope, and he would signal her with his fiddle when it was time to flee together, but she never came, and he plays still, hoping she'll hear and find her way to him at last. The romantic notion stirred something in Thomas's heart, a resonance with his own sense of waiting for someone who would never come. Which version do you believe? He asked quietly. Harlan shrugged. Don't much matter what I believe. The fiddle plays regardless, and the music brings its own kind of truth. He stood up, retrieving his rifle with practiced ease. I've got traps to check. You staying in these parts for a spell? Thomas nodded. For a little while at least. Then you might hear him again, Harlan said, adjusting his battered hat. If you're meant to. With that cryptic comment, the old trapper moved off into the woods, seeming to blend with the dappled shadows until he disappeared from view entirely. Thomas remained in the clearing for some time afterward, turning the wooden peg over in his hands and contemplating Harlan's stories. Eventually, he tucked the small item into his shirt pocket and made his way back to his campsite, his mind filled with images of a spectral fiddler playing beneath the cottonwoods. That evening, Thomas found himself watching the fading light with greater anticipation than he had felt for anything in the months since Margaret's passing. He prepared his supper early and positioned himself on the stump by the creek bank, determined to be ready should the mysterious music begin again. As twilight descended, bringing with it the first chorus of crickets and the gentle stirring of a breeze through the cottonwood leaves, Thomas waited with uncharacteristic patience. When the first notes finally came, they seemed to rise directly from the burbling waters of the creek, a simple, plaintive melody that might have been carried on the current itself. Thomas closed his eyes, allowing the music to wash over him. Tonight's tune was different from the previous evenings, more cheerful in its progression, reminiscent of dance music played at harvest celebrations and community gatherings. This time, instead of immediately setting off in search of the source, Thomas remained seated on his stump. Harlan's words returned to him, not by chasing after the sound. Perhaps the music wasn't meant to be pursued, but simply experienced. For nearly an hour, Thomas sat motionless as the invisible fiddler played one tune after another, each flowing seamlessly into the next. Some melodies he recognized from his younger days, while others seemed entirely new to his ears, yet somehow familiar to his heart. As the music continued, Thomas found himself thinking of Margaret, not with the sharp pain that usually accompanied memories of her, but with a gentler sense of appreciation for the life they had shared. He remembered how she would play her fiddle on their small porch as evening settled over their homestead, her slender fingers dancing across the strings, while fireflies rose from the surrounding field. Their neighbors had often commented that Margaret could coax emotions from wood and catgut that most people couldn't express with words. She would have loved this place, Thomas said aloud, his voice barely audible above the creek's constant murmur and the ethereal fiddle music. These old trees, the way the light plays on the water. She always did have an eye for beauty. As if in response to his words, the music shifted to a slower, more deliberate tune, one that Thomas recognized with a jolt that nearly stopped his heart. It was a song Margaret had composed herself, a melody she had played for him on their 10th anniversary. The fiddler performed it perfectly, capturing every nuance, every subtle variation that had made Margaret's playing so distinctive. "How can you know that song?" Thomas whispered, rising to his feet without conscious thought. "No one knows that song but me." The music continued undisturbed, the familiar melody winding its way through the darkening grove. Thomas found himself moving toward the sound, drawn not by curiosity now, but by an urgency he couldn't articulate. The tune was Margaret's, played exactly as she had played it, with all the particular flourishes that had been uniquely hers. It seemed impossible, yet the evidence flowed through the evening air with unmistakable clarity. Following the music led Thomas to the circular clearing he had discovered earlier that day. In the deepening twilight, the space appeared transformed. The central cottonwood now loomed like a sentinel, its massive trunk and spreading branches darkly silhouetted against the indigo sky. The grass seemed to glow with a subtle luminescence, though whether this was a trick of the fading light or something more unusual, Thomas couldn't determine. The fiddle music emanated from the clearing itself, though no musician was visible. Thomas stood at the edge of the circle, reluctant to enter what increasingly felt like sacred space. The melody that had been Margaret's own creation concluded, and after a brief pause, another familiar tune began. The simple lullaby she had played for their daughter, who had lived only 6 short months before, succumbing to fever many years ago. Tears sprang to Thomas's eyes unbidden. This was too specific, too personal to be coincidence or imagination. Someone, or something, was playing the soundtrack of his life with Margaret, recreating through music the most intimate moments they had shared. He sank to his knees at the edge of the clearing, overwhelmed by emotions he had been holding at bay for months through sheer force of will. "Is it you, Margaret?" he called, his voice breaking. "Have you found a way to reach me?" The music paused momentarily, a silence that seemed to hold its breath. Then, softer than before, the fiddle began a new melody, their wedding dance, the first tune they had swayed to as husband and wife 23 years earlier. Thomas remained kneeling as darkness completed its descent, the stars emerging overhead while the invisible fiddler played on, each song a chapter from the story of a love now separated by death's impenetrable barrier. Only when the moon rose, casting silver light through the cottonwood branches to create shifting patterns across the clearing, did the music finally fade. Thomas remained where he was for some time afterward, feeling both drained and somehow renewed. Whatever the explanation for what he had experienced, it had breached the wall of grief that had surrounded him since Margaret's passing, allowing emotions to flow freely for the first time in months. When he finally returned to his camp, Thomas felt a curious sense of peace, despite the intensity of what he had just experienced. He built up his fire, made a fresh pot of coffee, and sat wrapped in his blanket, staring into the flames while turning possibilities over in his mind. Was it truly Margaret somehow reaching across the divide to comfort him? Was the spectral fiddler Harlan described somehow connected to his wife? Or was there a more mundane explanation that his grief-hungry heart simply refused to accept? "Doesn't much matter what I believe," he murmured, echoing Harlan's earlier sentiment. "The music brings its own kind of truth." Sleep came more easily to Thomas that night than it had in months. His dreams were filled with fiddle music and dancing cottonwood leaves beneath a silver moon, Margaret's laugh weaving through it all like a bright thread through a tapestry of sound. The next morning, Thomas woke to the sound of a child's laughter. A clear, bright sound that seemed out of place in his solitary camp. Emerging from his tent, he discovered a young girl of perhaps 10 or 11 years perched on his thinking stump, dangling her bare feet in the creek water. She wore a simple dress that had been patched in several places, and her dark hair hung in 2 neat braids. A leather satchel rested beside her, and she appeared to be sketching in a small book balanced on her knees. "Good morning," Thomas called, approaching slowly so as not to startle her. "You're up and about early?" The girl looked up from her drawing without any sign of alarm. "Papa says the best light for seeing things proper is just after sunrise," she replied matter-of-factly. "Are you the man staying in the Fiddle Grove?" "I suppose I am," Thomas acknowledged, intrigued by her description of the place. "My name's Thomas Morgan. I've been camping here a few weeks now." "I'm Abigail Tanner," the girl responded with a formal little nod. "My papa and me, we live over the ridge yonder," she pointed vaguely eastward. "I come here sometimes to draw the trees. They make the prettiest patterns when the light comes through them." Thomas peered over her shoulder at the open sketchbook. The drawing was surprisingly skilled for one so young, a detailed rendering of the cottonwood grove, with particular attention to how sunlight filtered through the leaves. Even in pencil, Abigail had somehow captured the way light seemed to dance among the branches. "That's very good," he said with genuine admiration. "You have a fine eye for detail." Abigail beamed at the compliment. "Thank you, sir. Papa says I got it from my mama, though I don't remember her much myself. She died when I was little." The casual mention of her mother's death, delivered with the straightforward acceptance children often show for life's harshest realities, created an immediate bond of understanding between them. "I lost my wife not long ago," Thomas shared, surprised by how easily the words came. "That's partly why I'm out here, I suppose. Needed some time away from our home." Abigail nodded, as if this made perfect sense to her. "The Fiddle Grove is a good place for sad hearts," she said with the unconscious wisdom of childhood. "That's what old Harlan says, anyways." "You know Harlan?" Thomas asked, settling himself on a nearby rock. "Everyone knows old Harlan," Abigail replied with a slight roll of her eyes that suggested adults asked unnecessarily obvious questions. "He brings us pelts sometimes, and Papa gives him supplies in trade. He tells the best stories, though Papa says half of them are taller than the trees." Thomas smiled at her assessment. "I met him yesterday. He told me about seeing a fiddler in the clearing down the creek. Do you know that story?" Abigail's expression brightened. "The ghost fiddler. I've heard him playing lots of times when I come to draw. Never seen him proper though, have you?" "I've heard the music," Thomas confirmed, "but never seen who's playing it." "You hear it often then?" "Most times when I'm here at sunset," Abigail said with a nod. "The music makes the leaves glow silver, even when there's no moon. I tried to draw it once, but you can't really catch music in a picture, can you?" The observation, so simple yet profound, struck Thomas deeply. "No, I don't suppose you can, though your drawings come closer than most might." Abigail smiled at that, then carefully closed her sketchbook and returned it to her satchel. "I should be getting home. Papa will be wondering where I've got to." She stood, brushing bits of bark from her dress. "Will you be here again tomorrow? I could bring my special drawings to show you, the ones of the clearing when the music's playing." Thomas found himself nodding. "I'd like that very much, Abigail." With a cheerful wave, the girl scampered off along a barely visible path that led eastward through the trees. Thomas watched until she disappeared from view, reflecting on how the peaceful grove seemed to be gradually filling with connections. First Harlan, now Abigail, each bringing their own perspective on the mysterious music that had drawn him initially. The day passed quietly as Thomas attended to practical tasks around his camp, mending a tear in his tent, fishing in the deeper pools of the creek, gathering firewood for evening. Yet underlying these routine activities was a growing anticipation for twilight and whatever it might bring. The previous night's musical experience had left him both emotionally drained and curiously hopeful, as if some frozen part of his spirit had begun to thaw. When evening finally approached, Thomas made his way deliberately to the circular clearing, arriving just as the sun dipped below the western ridge. He seated himself at the base of a cottonwood at the edge of the space, prepared to wait for however long necessary. Crickets began their evening chorus as shadows lengthened across the grass, and somewhere in the distance, a whippoorwill called to the approaching night. The first notes of the fiddle emerged so gradually from these natural sounds that Thomas couldn't pinpoint exactly when music replaced nature. The transition was seamless, as if the creek's babble and the rustling leaves had organized themselves into melody. Tonight's music began with a gentle, pastoral tune that evoked open fields and simpler times. Thomas closed his eyes, letting the sounds wash over him without attempting to recognize specific songs or search for hidden meanings. He wasn't certain how much time had passed when he became aware of a subtle change in the atmosphere of the clearing. Opening his eyes, Thomas saw that full darkness had descended, with stars emerging overhead in their thousands. The massive central cottonwood seemed to glow with a faint luminescence, just as Abigail had described, its leaves shimmering silver despite the absence of moonlight. Then, as the fiddle music swelled into a more passionate melody, Thomas saw him, a figure standing beside the great tree, bow moving across strings with fluid grace. The fiddler appeared just as Harlan had described, a young man dressed in the style of an earlier era, playing with eyes closed and body swaying slightly to the rhythm of his own creation. Though the figure was translucent, the trunk of the cottonwood visible through his form. Every detail was crisp and clear, from the polished surface of the fiddle to the way his fingers pressed against the strings. Thomas held his breath, afraid that the slightest movement might disrupt this miraculous vision. The spectral musician continued playing, seemingly unaware of being observed. His face, young and somehow both serene and sorrowful, occasionally reflected emotions that matched the changing moods of the music, sometimes peaceful, sometimes yearning, occasionally breaking into a slight smile during more joyful passages. What struck Thomas most powerfully, however, was the fiddler's hands. Though the rest of him seemed firmly rooted in another time, with clothing and hairstyle from decades past, his hands were unmistakably familiar. The same slender fingers, the same distinctive way of holding the bow, that Thomas had watched countless times as Margaret played. Despite the masculine appearance of the spectral figure, those hands were hers, moving with her characteristic grace across the instrument. Understanding bloomed within Thomas's heart, a revelation that seemed both impossible and perfectly natural. The ghostly fiddler might appear as a young man from frontier days gone by, but the music, the soul of the performance, was Margaret's. Somehow, in this grove beside Driftwood Creek, where cottonwoods had stood sentinel for centuries and time itself seemed to flow differently, his wife had found a conduit for her music. As this realization settled into certainty, the tune changed once more, transforming into the gentle lullaby Margaret had composed when they learned she was carrying their child. Thomas rose slowly to his feet, no longer concerned about disrupting the vision. If this truly was Margaret's spirit in some form, she would know him, would welcome his approach rather than vanish at his movement. "Marguerite," he said softly, taking a step into the clearing. "I hear you." The fiddler's eyes remained closed, but the music responded, the melody gaining strength and clarity, individual notes ringing out with crystal precision in the night air. Thomas continued forward, moving slowly across the silvery grass until he stood just a few paces from the spectral musician. Now he could see every detail, the way the bow caught non-existent light as it moved, the slight tension in the fiddler's shoulders during more complicated passages, the peaceful expression that suggested playing was as natural as breathing. "I understand now," Thomas continued, his voice steady despite the emotions welling within him. "You found a way to reach me, to help me remember without pain. These past months, I've been so lost without you, so angry at being left behind." The music gentled, becoming a sweet, simple melody that they had often hummed together while working side by side on their homestead. Thomas felt tears on his cheeks, but made no move to wipe them away. These weren't the bitter tears of grief that had plagued him for months, but something cleaner, more healing, acknowledgement of love that transcended loss. "I don't know how this is possible," he said, gesturing to encompass the ghostly fiddler, the glowing cottonwood, the entire strange and beautiful situation. "And I don't much care." Harlan was right. The explanation doesn't matter near as much as the truth it brings. For the first time, the spectral fiddler's eyes opened, looking directly at Thomas. Though the face remained that of a young man from another time, the eyes that met his were unmistakably Margaret's. Dark, intelligent, filled with love and gentle humor. The music never faltered as those familiar eyes held his, communicating without words everything that needed to be said between them. Thomas stood transfixed, unwilling to break this impossible connection by speaking further. The fiddler played on, eyes now remaining open, gaze never leaving Thomas's face. One song flowed into another, their wedding dance, the tune Margaret had played when they'd finally saved enough to purchase their own land. Melodies that had accompanied every significant moment of their life together. Finally, as the night deepened around them and stars wheeled slowly overhead, the spectral fiddler began a tune Thomas had never heard before, something new, full of both gentle sorrow and profound peace. Listening to its progression from minor to major keys, from tension to resolution, Thomas understood it as Margaret's final gift to him, a melody that acknowledged their separation while offering promise of eventual reunion and continuing love, despite physical absence. As the last notes faded into the night air, the spectral fiddler lowered the instrument and offered a slight bow, exactly as Harlan had described years earlier. But instead of immediately disappearing into the cottonwood tree, the figure remained, looking at Thomas with those beloved eyes in a stranger's face. "I hear you," Thomas said again, his voice thick with emotion. "And I'll keep listening, but I need to start living again too. That's what you're telling me, isn't it? The fiddler's lips curved into a gentle smile, and the translucent head nodded once in confirmation. Then, still holding Thomas's gaze, the figure stepped backward into the massive cottonwood trunk and vanished from sight, leaving only the silver glow of leaves stirring in the night breeze. Thomas remained in the clearing for hours afterward, seated at the base of the great tree, processing what he had experienced. By the time false dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, he had reached a sense of peace unlike anything he had known since Margaret's death. The crushing weight of grief hadn't disappeared entirely, but it had transformed into something he could carry without being broken by it. A bittersweet awareness of profound love that continued beyond physical separation. As sunlight gradually penetrated the grove, turning silver leaves back to their normal green and white, Thomas made his way to his campsite. For the first time in months, he felt hungry, truly hungry, for breakfast, for coffee, for the simple pleasures of a new day. While tending his morning fire, he found himself humming the final melody the spectral fiddler had played, its progression from sorrow to acceptance matching his own emotional journey. Later that morning, true to her word, Abigail appeared with her leather satchel bulging with sketchbooks. Her face brightened when she saw Thomas sitting by a cheerful fire with coffee brewing. "You're still here," she exclaimed, dropping onto a fallen log beside his fire. "I brought my special drawings, just like I promised." Thomas smiled, finding genuine pleasure in the child's enthusiasm. "I'd love to see them, Abigail." She pulled out a larger sketchbook than the one she'd been using the previous day and carefully opened it to reveal a series of drawings, unlike her usual realistic style. These were more impressionistic, attempts to capture the magical quality of the clearing during the fiddler's performances. Swirling patterns of light wove through cottonwood branches. Musical notes seemed to float visibly in the air, and at the center of each drawing stood a suggestion of a figure, never fully rendered, but present nonetheless. "These are remarkable," Thomas said sincerely, turning pages slowly to study each drawing. "You've captured something most folks would say can't be drawn at all." Abigail beamed at his approval. "Papa doesn't quite understand these ones. He says they're pretty but peculiar. He's never heard the music himself, though he doesn't say I'm making it up. Just says I got an artist's way of seeing things regular folks might miss." "Your papa sounds like a wise man," Thomas observed, closing the sketchbook carefully and returning it to her. "Some people hear the music, some don't, but that doesn't make it any less real for those who do." Abigail tilted her head, studying him with surprising perception for one so young. "You look different today," she declared after a moment's consideration. "Less sad in your eyes. Did you hear the fiddle music again last night?" "I did," Thomas confirmed. "And I saw the fiddler too, just like in your drawings." Abigail's eyes widened. "Truly? What did he look like? Was he old or young? Did he speak to you?" Thomas considered how to answer, how much of his deeply personal experience to share with this curious child. He was young, he finally said, though his music held the wisdom of many years. He didn't speak with words, but his music said everything that needed saying. This response seemed to satisfy Abigail, who nodded sagely. "Old Harlan says music talks clearer than words, most times anyway. That's why the fiddler doesn't need to speak. His violin does all his talking for him." "Your friend Harlan is right about many things," Thomas agreed, pouring himself another cup of coffee. "Would you like some breakfast, Abigail? I was about to fry up some bacon." They shared a simple meal together, their conversation shifting to more ordinary topics. Abigail's schooling, which happened irregularly when the circuit teacher visited their small settlement. Her father's work as a blacksmith. Thomas' homestead back east, which now seemed more distant and somehow more accessible than it had just days before. As Abigail prepared to leave, gathering her precious sketchbooks back into her satchel, she paused to study Thomas once more. "Will you be staying in the Fiddle Grove much longer?" she asked. Thomas considered the question seriously. "A few more days, I think, then it'll be time for me to head back home. There's work waiting for me there, and people who depend on me." Abigail nodded, as if this was exactly the answer she had expected. "The Grove does that," she said with childlike certainty. "Helps folks remember what they need to go back to. That's what old Harlan says anyway, and he's been around just about forever." With a cheerful wave, she disappeared along her forest path, leaving Thomas to consider her words. The notion that this peaceful spot beside Driftwood Creek served some greater purpose, healing wounded hearts and reminding lost souls of connections that anchored them to life, seemed entirely plausible after what he had experienced. Thomas spent the remainder of the day putting his camp in order, not yet packing to leave, but beginning the mental preparation for returning to the world and responsibilities he had temporarily abandoned. The prospect no longer filled him with dread, as it might have just days earlier. Instead, he found himself considering practical improvements to the homestead, crops for the coming season, connections with neighbors that could be strengthened, future-oriented thoughts that had been absent during the dark months of grief. As twilight approached once more, Thomas made his way to the circular clearing, drawn by both habit and hope. The familiar progression from daylight to dusk unfolded around him, shadows lengthening across the grass, crickets beginning their evening chorus, cottonwood leaves rustling in the gentle breeze that seemed to flow reliably through the grove each evening. This time, however, no ethereal music emerged to complement nature's symphony. Thomas waited patiently as full darkness descended and stars appeared overhead, but the clearing remained silent save for ordinary woodland sounds. No ghostly fiddler materialized beside the great cottonwood. No silver glow illuminated its trembling leaves. Rather than disappointment, Thomas felt a curious sense of rightness about this development. Last night's experience had provided what he needed most: closure, connection, permission to continue living fully despite profound loss. Perhaps the spectral fiddler, whether truly Margaret's spirit or some more complex manifestation of this unusual place, appeared only when most needed, then retreated to allow natural healing to proceed. "Thank you," Thomas said quietly to the empty clearing, his words meant for Margaret, for the mysterious fiddler, for the ancient cottonwoods that had witnessed countless human sorrows and joys throughout their long existence. "I'll carry your music with me." Returning to his camp, Thomas built up his fire one last time and sat beneath the star-filled sky, feeling both the weight and wonder of being alive in a world where love lingered like notes in the wind, where connections transcended understanding, where healing came in forms both ordinary and miraculous. The following morning, Thomas packed his few belongings methodically, preparing for departure. He had decided to begin the journey home, a trip that would take several days across varied terrain. The prospect of return no longer seemed like surrender to unbearable emptiness, but rather a continuation of life's melody, altered by loss, but still containing possibilities for harmony and meaning. As he saddled Samson, adjusting the cinch with practiced hands, Thomas became aware of movement at the edge of the grove. Looking up, he saw Harlan approaching, rifle resting casually against one shoulder, as seemed to be his habit. Heading out, I see, the old trapper observed, coming to stand beside Thomas's horse. Found what you needed in the fiddle grove? Thomas nodded, securing his bedroll behind the saddle. I believe I have, though I'm still not entirely sure I understand what happened here. Harlan's weatherline face creased in a smile that conveyed both wisdom and humor. Understanding's overrated when it comes to certain things. Experience is what matters, and what you carry forward from it. You sound like my wife, Thomas observed with a small smile of his own. She always did prefer wisdom to mere knowledge. Sounds like a remarkable woman, Harlan said, leaning against a nearby tree trunk. The kind who leaves echoes long after she's gone. Thomas paused in his preparations, studying the old man thoughtfully. How much do you know about the fiddler, Harlan? You've been here longer than anyone. Is it always the same? Does everyone see and hear the same things? Harlan took his time answering, removing his battered hat to run gnarled fingers through thinning white hair. The fiddle grove works differently for each person who needs its medicine, he finally said. Some hear music that reminds them of home when they've wandered too far. Others hear tunes that give them courage for journeys they need to undertake. A few, like yourself, find connections to loved ones they feared were lost forever. And the fiddler, Thomas pressed, the young man I saw by the great cottonwood, is he always the same person? Ah, now that's the real mystery, Harlan replied, his eyes twinkling. The figure changes, though the clearing remains constant. I've spoken with travelers over the years who described seeing an old man playing, or a young woman, or even a child. Yet the music always seems perfect for whoever's listening. Exactly what they need to hear, exactly when they need to hear it. This revelation both surprised Thomas and confirmed what he had already suspected, that the spectral fiddler was more complex than a simple ghost story might suggest, more personally tailored to each observer's needs than a mere haunting could explain. So the hands I saw, Thomas began, then stopped, finding it difficult to articulate the deeply personal nature of his experience. Harlan nodded understanding. Were your wife's hands most likely, playing just as she would have played? The fiddle grove shows us what we need to see, lets us hear what our hearts need most. That's its gift, though I couldn't tell you who or what bestows it. Thomas mounted his horse, settling into the saddle and gathering the reins. Does everyone who camps here experience the music then? Is that why this spot remains relatively undisturbed despite its beauty? Not everyone, Harlan said, stepping back to give the horse room. Only those with ears to hear and hearts that need healing. Others might camp a month in this very spot and notice nothing more unusual than particularly pretty trees or exceptionally bright stars. This selectivity explained why the grove hadn't become widely known for supernatural occurrences, despite its remarkable properties. The experiences it offered were too personal, too specifically tailored to individual needs to generate consistent reports that might attract attention from the wider world. I'm grateful to have been one with ears to hear, then, Thomas said sincerely. This place has given me something I didn't even know I was seeking. Harlan nodded, replacing his hat. That's generally how it works. The fiddle grove has its own wisdom about what ails us, often clearer than our own understanding of our troubles. Thomas extended his hand, which the old trapper clasped firmly. Thank you, Harlan, for sharing what you know, and for letting me find what I needed to discover on my own. Safe journey home, Thomas Morgan, Harlan replied. And remember, the music doesn't stay in the grove. It goes where it's carried, in memories and changed hearts. With a final nod of acknowledgement, Thomas turned his horse toward the east, and began the long journey home. As he rode, he found himself humming the final melody the spectral fiddler had played, that beautiful progression from sorrow to acceptance that now seemed to form the soundtrack for his own continuing life. Though he left the cottonwood grove behind, Thomas carried with him more than memories of mysterious music and impossible visions. He carried renewed purpose, healing that transcended rational explanation, and the profound understanding that love, like certain melodies, never truly ends. It simply changes form, continuing to resonate through lives it has touched even when its original source can no longer be seen. Months later, settled back into the rhythms of his homestead, with renewed appreciation for its familiar comforts and challenges. Thomas unpacked Margaret's fiddle from the trunk, where it had lain untouched since her passing. Carefully cleaning and restringing the instrument, he placed it not back in storage, but on a special stand in the main room of their home, a visible reminder of music that continued despite absence, of connections that transcended ordinary understanding. Sometimes in the evenings, especially when twilight painted the sky in colors that reminded him of cottonwood leaves catching the last light of day, Thomas would swear he heard faint strains of fiddle music drifting through the open windows of his home, not mournful or haunting, but peaceful and somehow encouraging. Whether these subtle melodies originated from memory, imagination, or something more mysterious remained impossible to determine with certainty. In the end, as both Harlan and Margaret would have agreed, the explanation mattered far less than the comfort it brought, the reminder that some connections never truly break, that love lingered like notes in the wind long after the visible musician had departed, that healing came in many forms to hearts open to receiving it. And sometimes, on particularly clear nights when stars shone with extraordinary brilliance, Thomas would step outside onto his porch and listen to the symphony of night sounds, crickets, distant coyotes, the rustling of wind through autumn dry cornfields. Certain that somewhere within this natural music, Margaret's fiddle still played, neither fully present nor truly gone, but continuing in that liminal space where love and memory transform loss into its own kind of eternal harmony. As the last echoes of the fiddle's melody faded into the night, the stars continued their slow dance across the velvet sky. The cottonwoods stood sentinel along Driftwood Creek, their leaves whispering secrets of those who had found solace beneath their ancient branches. Thomas Morgan's story, like the music that had healed his grieving heart, now drifts into memory, carried away by the same gentle breeze that stirs the campfire before us. The embers glow, casting long shadows across the prairie grass as we turn our attention to another tale from the frontier, a story of connection that transcends ordinary understanding. From ethereal melodies that bridge worlds, we now journey to an object crafted by human hands, yet somehow imbued with something beyond explanation. As night deepens around us, let your mind wander along dusty trails to a different corner of this vast land, where another mystery awaits beneath the endless western sky. The town of Dust Creek was little more than a handful of weathered buildings clinging to existence along the edge of an old trading route. It had been established in more prosperous days when the stagecoach line ran regular, but now, with the railroad having chosen a route some 30 miles north, it persisted mainly through stubborn habit and the loyalty of ranchers who'd settled the surrounding valleys generations ago. At the far end of the town's single street stood Patterson's stable, its wooden frame leaning slightly eastward as if perpetually bracing against the prevailing winds that swept down from the mesas. The stable had been built by Jeremiah Patterson in 1867, back when he'd had dreams of establishing a horse trading business to serve travelers moving west. Those ambitions had faded with time, much like the once bright paint that had adorned the building's exterior. Now, some 40 years later, the stable primarily boarded local ranch horses and the occasional traveler's mount, while offering modest livery services to those passing through. The ownership had passed to Jeremiah's son Thomas some 15 years prior, though the elder Patterson's influence remained throughout, from the unusual height of the stall doors to the small carved initials hidden in the corner posts of each stall. Inside, the stable possessed a quality of light unlike anywhere else in Dust Creek. Thin beams of sunlight filtered through gaps in the exterior boards, creating golden shafts that cut through the perpetual dust and hay particles suspended in the air. These natural spotlights would shift throughout the day, illuminating different corners of the building as the sun made its journey across the sky. In a late afternoon, when the sun hung low in the western sky, the entire stable took on an amber glow that transformed the ordinary into something approaching sacred. It was during one such golden hour that young Ellis Harding first noticed the saddle. Ellis had started working at Patterson's stable 3 months prior, having arrived in Dust Creek with little more than the clothes on his back and a desire to put distance between himself and the mining town where he'd grown up. At 22, he was lean but strong, with a quiet demeanor that suited the solitary work of tending to horses and cleaning stalls. Thomas Patterson had hired him without asking too many questions, a courtesy that Ellis deeply appreciated, and had been pleased with the young man's work ethic and gentle way with the animals. That particular evening, Ellis had been tasked with reorganizing the tack room, a small adjoining space where saddles, bridles, and various other riding equipment were stored. Thomas had mentioned that some items hadn't been properly returned to their places in quite some time, and Ellis was determined to impose some order on the cluttered space. He'd been working steadily for nearly 2 hours, the sweat beading on his forehead despite the relatively cool temperature inside the stable, when he moved a stack of old horse blankets and uncovered something unexpected. There, resting on a simple wooden stand that had clearly been crafted specifically for this purpose, was a saddle unlike any Ellis had encountered before. Its leather was dark with age, nearly black in the deeper creases, but maintained a rich amber hue where the surface caught the light. The saddle horn was simple but elegant, lacking the ostentatious silver caps favored by showier riders. What struck Ellis most, however, was the craftsmanship evident in every stitch and curve. This had been made by someone who understood both horses and riders intimately. Ellis reached out almost without thinking, his fingertips tracing the intricate tooling along the saddle's skirt. Small scenes had been worked into the leather, a herd of wild horses running across open country, a rider silhouetted against a sunset, mountains rising in stylized peaks. The images flowed together in a continuous circular narrative, telling a story that seemed to have no beginning or end. Despite the dust that had settled over much of the saddle, these images remained surprisingly distinct, as if something, or someone, had occasionally wiped away the accumulation over the years. "That's Caleb Winter's saddle," came a voice from behind him. Ellis startled slightly, turning to find Thomas Patterson standing in the tack room doorway. The older man's expression was difficult to read, something between nostalgia and caution. "I didn't mean to disturb anything, Mr. Patterson," Ellis said quickly. "I was just organizing like you asked." Thomas shook his head, stepping forward to stand beside Ellis. "You're not disturbing anything. That saddle's been sitting there so long I sometimes forget it's even here." He reached out, brushing some dust from the cantle with a gentleness that seemed reserved for precious things. "Caleb was a friend of my father's, one of the best horsemen this territory ever knew." Ellis looked back at the saddle with renewed interest. It's beautiful work, made by a saddle maker in Santa Fe. Caleb saved for 2 years to commission it. Thomas smiled faintly at some private memory. Used to say, a good saddle was worth more than gold to a man who lived on horseback. The way Thomas spoke, with reverence and a hint of sorrow, suggested there was more to the story. Ellis hesitated, not wanting to pry but intensely curious about the saddle that had clearly been preserved with such care. What happened to him? Ellis finally asked, keeping his voice respectfully quiet as if they were standing in a church rather than a dusty tack room. Thomas was silent for a long moment, his weathered hand still resting on the saddle's leather. Winter of '83, he finally said. Blizzard came in faster than anyone expected. Caleb was bringing some strays back to his ranch when it hit. They found him and his horse in the spring thaw, about 15 miles from here. Looked like he'd tried to make it to a line shack but got disoriented in the whiteout. Ellis felt a chill despite the evening warmth, and the saddle came here. Caleb had no family to speak of. His small spread went to pay his debts, and his few possessions were sold or claimed by neighbors. Thomas patted the saddle gently. My father couldn't bear to see this saddle go to someone who wouldn't understand its value, so he bought it himself. Kept it right here ever since. The older man's eyes took on a distant quality. That was more than 20 years ago now. Dad passed 10 years back, but I've kept the saddle right where he left it. Seems like the proper thing to do. Ellis nodded, understanding completely, though he couldn't have explained why. There was something about the saddle that seemed to demand respect, not merely for its craftsmanship or its age, but for the life it represented. It should stay right here, Ellis agreed softly. Thomas looked at him with what might have been approval before turning toward the door. Finish up when you can, Ellis. No rush. I'll see you in the morning. Left alone in the tack room, Ellis found himself drawn back to the saddle. The last rays of sunlight streaming through the western window fell directly upon it now, illuminating the worn leather and making the tooled images seem almost to move in the shifting light. Ellis completed his organization of the other items, but found himself returning to the saddle several times, adjusting its position slightly to better catch the light, carefully wiping away dust from its surface with a soft cloth. By the time he closed up the stable for the night, Ellis had spent nearly an hour tending to Caleb Winter's saddle, though he couldn't have explained why it had captured his attention so completely. As he walked the short distance to his small room behind the town's general store, he found himself wondering about the man who had ridden that saddle across country, now transformed by fences and railroads. Wondering what stories might be worn into the leather, along with those carved images of wild horses and distant mountains. That night, Ellis dreamed of open plains and endless sky, though he'd never seen country so vast in his waking life. He dreamed of a horse's steady rhythm beneath him, and the creak of leather as familiar as his own heartbeat. He dreamed of a voice humming low songs that had no words but somehow spoke of freedom and solitude, and the particular kind of peace that comes from being utterly alone, yet completely at home in the world. When he woke just before dawn, Ellis lay still for several minutes, trying to hold on to the fragments of those dreams that already seemed to be fading. There had been something important there, something he needed to understand or remember, but it slipped away like water through cupped hands, leaving only a vague sense of loss and longing. Rising to begin his day at the stable, Ellis couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, though nothing in his routine or surroundings was different. It wasn't until he entered the tack room to retrieve a bridle for one of the border horses that he realized what it was. The saddle seemed to be waiting for him, catching the early morning light in a way that made the tooled images stand out with unusual clarity. Ellis found himself approaching it almost reverently, drawn by some instinct he didn't fully comprehend. "Good morning," he said softly, feeling both foolish and strangely comfortable speaking to the empty saddle. His fingers traced the worn leather of the seat, where a man had sat for countless miles, through sun and rain and who knew what adventures or hardships. "I hope you don't mind me cleaning you up a bit yesterday." For just a moment, so briefly he might have imagined it, Ellis felt a sensation like a light breeze against his face, carrying the scent of sage and open country. Then it was gone, leaving him alone in the quiet tack room with only dust motes dancing in the morning light for company. Shaking his head at his own fanciful thoughts, Ellis retrieved the bridle he needed and went about his morning chores. There were stalls to clean, horses to feed and water, a delivery of hay to unload, ordinary tasks that kept his hands busy, if not his mind. Throughout the day, he found his thoughts returning to the saddle and to the fragments of his dreams that still lingered at the edges of his consciousness. That evening, after the day's work was complete and Thomas had headed home to his family, Ellis returned to the tack room. The saddle sat in its place, ordinary yet somehow compelling in the fading light. Ellis pulled up a small wooden stool and settled beside it, not touching it now, but simply sitting in its presence, as the last golden rays of sun filtered through the western window. "Mr. Patterson says you belonged to a man named Caleb Winters," Ellis said quietly. "Says he was quite the horseman." He paused, feeling slightly foolish for talking to an inanimate object, yet unable to deny the strange sense of companionship he felt. "I wonder what kind of man he was. What kind of places you two saw together." As the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows lengthened across the stable floor, Ellis continued his one-sided conversation. He spoke of his own life, his childhood in a mining town where the sun rarely seemed to shine through the perpetual coal dust in the air, his father's early death in a cave-in, his mother's slow decline afterward. He spoke of his decision to leave, to seek something different, though he hadn't known exactly what he was looking for. "I just knew I needed sky," he explained to the silent saddle. "Space to breathe. Does that make any sense at all?" The stable had grown quite dark, with only faint silver moonlight now filtering through the high windows. Ellis knew he should light a lantern or head back to his room, but there was something peaceful about sitting in the gathering darkness, something comforting about the solid presence of the saddle beside him. Just as he was about to rise, Ellis felt it, a subtle shift in the air around him, like the gentle pressure change before a distant storm. The moonlight seemed to intensify, focusing on the saddle in a way that couldn't be entirely natural. And then came a sensation so strange, yet so familiar, that Ellis found himself holding his breath. It wasn't a voice, not exactly. It was more like the feeling of words forming in his mind, accompanied by images so vivid they might have been memories. Except they couldn't possibly be his memories. He saw endless grasslands stretching to a horizon so distant it seemed to curve with the earth itself. He felt the powerful muscles of a horse moving beneath him, the rhythmic hoofbeats like a heartbeat connecting him to the land. He tasted dust and mountain water, felt the sting of sleet against his face, and the warm caress of summer sun on his neck. And through it all ran a thread of something like joy, simple contentment in solitude, appreciation for beauty that required no witness to validate it, peace in the face of nature's vast indifference. These weren't emotions Ellis had experienced himself, at least not with such intensity, yet they flowed through him now as if they were his own. The experience lasted only moments, though it seemed much longer. When it faded, Ellis found himself sitting in ordinary darkness once more, his hand somehow having come to rest on the saddle's worn leather. He drew a shaky breath, trying to make sense of what had just happened. "Caleb," he whispered uncertainly. The stable remained silent, save for the occasional soft shuffling of horses in their stalls. Ellis sat motionless for several minutes more, but the strange sensations didn't return. Finally, he rose on slightly unsteady legs, gave the saddle one last wondering look, and made his way out of the stable toward his room. That night, his dreams were even more vivid than before. He rode across landscapes he'd never seen, canyons so deep their floors remained in perpetual shadow, forests of pines that reached higher than church steeples, meadows carpeted with wildflowers in impossible profusion. He forded rivers swollen with spring melt, their currents tugging at his horse's legs. He sheltered beneath overhanging rocks during sudden violent downpours, and dozed beneath star-filled skies so vast they made him feel simultaneously insignificant and profound. Throughout these dreams ran the constant presence of a horse. Not always the same horse, but always familiar, trusted, the partnership between rider and mount seamless after countless miles shared. And though Ellis couldn't see himself in these dreams, couldn't know if he appeared as himself or as someone else entirely, he felt complete in a way his waking life had never allowed. Morning came too soon, pulling Ellis reluctantly from these vivid dreamscapes back to his narrow bed in his small room. He lay still for several moments, savoring the lingering sensations of freedom and connection that the dreams had brought. There was no doubt in his mind now, though he couldn't explain how or why, that what he was experiencing was somehow Caleb Winter's memories, preserved in the leather and wood of the saddle he'd ridden for so many years. The rational part of Ellis's mind suggested this was merely imagination, his own longing for adventure and purpose projecting itself through the story Thomas had told him. Yet there was a quality to the experiences, a specificity to details he couldn't possibly know, that defied such simple explanation. How could he dream of places he'd never seen with such clarity? How could he feel the particular gait of a horse he'd never ridden? As autumn progressed into early winter, Ellis developed a routine. His days were filled with the ordinary work of the stable, caring for horses, mending tack, unloading supplies, while his evenings increasingly belonged to the saddle. He would sit beside it after Thomas had gone home, sometimes talking softly about his day or his thoughts, other times simply sitting in companionable silence as darkness gathered around them. Not every evening brought the strange sensations he had experienced that first night. Some nights the saddle remained simply a well-crafted but inanimate object, its stories dormant within the worn leather. But on other evenings, particularly when the moon was bright or when storms gathered on the horizon, Ellis would feel that subtle shift in the air, that gentle pressure at the edges of his consciousness, and another fragment of Caleb Winter's life would unfold within him. He experienced a buffalo hunt conducted by a band of Comanche, observed from a respectful distance as the riders demonstrated horsemanship beyond anything Ellis had ever imagined. He felt the bone-deep cold of a high mountain pass, traversed too late in the season, where each breath crystallized instantly, and the horses' exhales created plumes of steam that froze in the still air. He knew the simple pleasure of smoking a pipe beside a small campfire, watching sparks rise towards stars while coyotes called to one another across vast distances. With each of these experiences, Ellis felt himself changing in subtle ways. He found himself standing straighter, speaking more confidently when the occasion required. He developed an even deeper patience with the horses in his care, understanding their moods and needs with an intuition that sometimes startled even Thomas. He began to feel a connection to the land around Dust Creek, not the deep knowledge that came from growing up in a place, but something more elemental, a recognition of patterns and relationships that transcended specific locations. "You've settled in well here," Thomas commented one afternoon as they worked together to repair a broken stall door. "When you first showed up, I wasn't sure you'd stay past the first month. Most young men passing through are looking for excitement, not stable work in a town barely hanging on." Ellis considered this as he held a board steady for Thomas to nail. "I guess I found what I needed here," he said finally, thinking of the saddle and its whispered stories rather than the town itself. Thomas gave him a penetrating look. "Funny thing about finding what you need. It's rarely what you thought you were looking for." One evening in early December, as Ellis sat beside the saddle while snow fell softly outside, the stable door opened unexpectedly. Ellis looked up, startled, to see Micah Jenkins stepping inside, stamping snow from his boots. Micah was the town's blacksmith, a powerfully built man of few words who kept largely to himself. Ellis had spoken with him only a handful of times since arriving in Dust Creek, mostly regarding horseshoes or repairs to metal fixtures around the stable. "Evening," Micah said, nodding briefly to Ellis. "Thomas around?" "Went home early. His youngest has a cough." Ellis stood, curious about the unexpected visit. "Can I help with something?" Micah shook his head, removing his heavy coat and hanging it on a peg near the door. "Just came to sit a spell, if that's all right." Before Ellis could respond, Micah was already moving past him toward the tack room. Ellis followed, puzzled, to find the blacksmith standing before Caleb's saddle with an expression that might have been reverence on his usually stoic face. "You know about the saddle," Ellis said, understanding dawning. Micah glanced at him briefly before returning his gaze to the worn leather. "My father worked with Caleb sometimes, breaking horses too spirited for most men to handle. I was just a boy then, but I remember him well." The blacksmith reached into his pocket and withdrew something small, which he placed carefully at the base of the saddle stand. Ellis was surprised to see it was a dried flower, a daisy preserved from the previous summer. "You leave flowers for the saddle," Ellis said softly, remembering Thomas mentioning someone who did this, but never saying who. Micah nodded once, a barely perceptible movement. "Been doing it since I took over my father's forge. Started with fresh ones when they were in season. Now I dry some each summer to last the winter months." His large calloused hand hovered near the saddle's flank for a moment, but didn't touch it. "Caleb taught me to ride when I was 8 years old. Said every man should know how to speak to a horse, even if blacksmithing was to be my trade." They stood in silence for several moments, the soft sounds of horses shifting in their stalls, and the muffled fall of snow outside the only interruptions. Ellis sensed that Micah, like himself, felt some connection to the saddle and the man who had once ridden it, though whether the blacksmith had experienced anything like the vivid impressions Ellis had received, he couldn't guess. "You sit with it often?" Micah finally asked, his eyes still on the saddle. Ellis hesitated, uncertain how much to reveal. "Most evenings," he admitted. "There's something peaceful about it." Micah nodded as if this made perfect sense. "It's good someone's keeping it company. Things that have been part of a man's life for that long, they hold something of him, I think. Do you ever feel like," Ellis began, then paused, searching for words that wouldn't sound foolish, "like it's trying to tell you something?" The blacksmith turned to look at him directly now, his expression unreadable in the dimly lit tack room. For a moment, Ellis feared he'd said too much, revealed something that would mark him as unstable or fanciful in the eyes of this practical man. But Micah surprised him. "Not telling," he said slowly. "Reminding, maybe, of things we know but forget in the busyness of living." He turned back to the saddle. "Caleb used to say that leather remembers everything it's been through. Every storm, every hot day, every river crossing. Said a good saddle was like a diary you write with your life instead of a pen." Ellis felt an unexpected warmth spread through him at these words. Confirmation that he wasn't alone in sensing something special about this particular saddle, even if his experiences went beyond what Micah was describing. The blacksmith didn't stay long. After a few more minutes of silent contemplation, he nodded to Ellis, retrieved his coat, and disappeared back into the snowy evening. But his visit left Ellis with a new perspective on his experiences. Perhaps what was happening wasn't as strange as it had seemed. Perhaps it was simply a different kind of remembering. Memories preserved not in mind or paper, but in well-worn leather that had absorbed the essence of a life lived fully. That night, as Ellis sat beside the saddle in the deepening quiet of the stable, he found himself speaking more openly than before. "I think I understand better now," he told the saddle softly. "You're not haunted. You're hallowed. There's a difference, isn't there?" The stable seemed to grow warmer around him, though the December night outside was bitter cold. The familiar pressure began at the edges of his awareness, gentle but insistent, and Ellis closed his eyes to better receive whatever impressions might come. This time, what flowed into him wasn't a specific memory or scene, but rather a complex tapestry of emotions and understanding. He felt Caleb's deep connection to the rhythms of the natural world, the migrations of birds and animals, the cycling of seasons, the ancient patterns of growth and decline that continued regardless of human concerns. He sensed the horseman's appreciation for solitude not as an absence of company, but as a presence of something else, something vast and enduring that required quiet attention to perceive. Most powerfully, Ellis experienced Caleb's relationship with his horses over the years, the delicate negotiation of trust between two very different species, the wordless communication developed through countless miles and shared dangers, the profound respect for these creatures who lent humans their speed and strength with so little asked in return. It was a perspective on horsemanship that went far beyond technique or control, approaching something more like partnership or even kinship. When the impressions finally faded, Ellis remained sitting with his eyes closed, absorbing what he had received. The stable was now fully dark, save for slivers of moonlight filtering through frost-covered windows, but he felt no desire to move or light a lantern. The darkness seemed appropriate somehow, a space in which ordinary seeing gave way to deeper perception. "Thank you," he whispered finally, resting his hand lightly on the saddle's worn leather. "I'll try to remember." In the stall nearest the tack room door, old Bess, a blind mule who had belonged to Thomas's father, snorted softly, as if in agreement. Ellis smiled, remembering how he'd often observed the ancient animal, pausing by the tack room entrance during her daily walk to the paddock, stretching her neck to nudge the doorframe, as if checking that something important remained in its proper place. "You've been keeping secrets too, haven't you?" Ellis said to the mule, who pricked her ears forward at the sound of his voice. The following day brought heavy snow and bitter wind, keeping all but the most determined residents of Dust Creek indoors. Ellis spent the morning in the stable, ensuring the horses were comfortable and well fed, then helping Thomas reinforce the doors against the driving wind. By mid-afternoon, even Thomas conceded that the weather had won the day. "No point in both of us staying," he told Ellis, wrapping a scarf around his neck in preparation for the short but brutal walk to his home. "I'm going to check on my family. The youngest isn't improving as quickly as my wife would like." Ellis nodded, concerned for Tamar's child, but also secretly pleased at the prospect of having the stable to himself for the remainder of the day. "I'll keep an eye on things here, make sure nothing freezes that shouldn't." After Thomas departed, battling his way through snowdrifts already reaching mid-thigh in places, Ellis made himself comfortable in the stable. The solid wooden building provided excellent shelter from the storm, and the collective body heat of the horses and mule kept the interior reasonably warm despite the dropping temperature outside. Ellis added extra hay to each stall, checked water buckets to ensure they hadn't begun to ice over, and spoke soothingly to the animals, who were understandably restless with the howling wind rattling the building's timbers. As twilight approached, earlier than usual due to the heavy cloud cover, Ellis found himself drawn once again to the tack room. The saddle waited in its accustomed place, seeming somehow more substantial in the dim, snow-filtered light. Ellis settled onto his stool beside it, listening to the wind's mournful song around the eaves of the stable. "Sounds like a bad one," he commented to the saddle. "Reminds me of what Mr. Patterson said about the blizzard that caught you and Caleb." He hesitated, uncertain if this was an appropriate topic to raise. "I wonder if you remember that day. For several minutes, nothing happened beyond the normal sounds of the storm and the occasional restless movement of a horse in its stall." Ellis hadn't really expected a response. The saddle's stories seemed to come according to their own timetable rather than on request. He was about to rise and check on the animals again when he felt it, that now familiar shift in the air, the subtle pressure against his consciousness that signaled the beginning of another vision. This time, however, what flowed into him was darker and more fragmented than previous experiences. He caught glimpses rather than complete scenes. A sky that transformed from clear blue to threatening grey with unnatural speed. The growing concern of a rider as visibility diminished to mere feet ahead, the desperate search for landmarks rendered suddenly unfamiliar beneath thickening snow, a horse's laboured breathing as it pushed through deepening drifts. Most distressing was the gradual awareness of fatal miscalculation, the recognition coming too late that the storm was not one to be waited out on horseback. That shelter should have been sought immediately, rather than pressing on toward a destination that remained tantalizingly close, yet impossible to reach in deteriorating conditions. Ellis felt the creeping cold, the increasing difficulty of clear thought as hypothermia began its insidious work, the desperate attempt to keep moving when every instinct cried out for rest. And then, unexpectedly, came something else. Not fear or regret, as Ellis might have anticipated, but a strange, calm acceptance. He sensed Caleb's final thoughts turning not to his own fate, but to concern for his horse, trapped in this situation by human decision. He felt the rider's remorse at having failed the animal that had trusted him, followed by a kind of surrendering, not to death exactly, but to the natural order that claimed all living things in its own time and way. The last impression was of peace descending like the snow itself, quiet, enveloping, transforming the landscape of consciousness until individual concerns gave way to something larger and more enduring. Not happiness, certainly, but a dissolution of the boundaries between self and world that brought its own profound comfort. When the vision faded, Ellis found his face wet with tears he didn't remember shedding. The tack room remained dim and quiet around him, the storm outside continuing unabated, but something fundamental had shifted in his understanding. What he had just experienced wasn't merely memory or impression. It was something more intimate, a sharing of the most profound moment of another human being's existence. "You didn't just show me his life," Ellis whispered to the saddle. "You showed me his death." Yet strangely, he felt no fear or revulsion at this realization. The experience, though sobering, had contained a kind of beauty he hadn't expected, an insight into the final moments of a life that had been lived with such presence and authenticity that even its ending carried meaning rather than merely tragedy. Ellis remained beside the saddle, deep into the night, the storm gradually subsiding around the stable until only occasional gusts reminded of its earlier fury. He didn't speak again, sensing that words were inadequate for what had passed between them. Instead, he simply sat in quiet communion with the worn leather and the spirit it somehow preserved, allowing the understanding he had gained to settle into his own consciousness, like snow finding its final resting place on the winter landscape. By morning, the storm had passed, leaving Dust Creek transformed beneath a pristine blanket of white. Ellis emerged from the stable to find the town eerily silent, smoke rising in straight columns from chimneys against a sky so intensely blue it almost hurt to look at it. The temperature had dropped further during the night, turning the fresh snow to a squeaking powder beneath his boots as he made his way to his room to change clothes. Throughout the day, as he worked to clear paths around the stable and check on the condition of the horses after the stressful night, Ellis found himself moving with a new sense of purpose and clarity. The vision of Caleb's final journey had affected him deeply, not as a cautionary tale, but as a glimpse into a way of being in the world that embraced both its joys and its inevitable conclusions, with the same steady presence. Thomas returned mid-morning, looking weary but relieved. The youngest turned the corner last night, he reported. Fever broke just before dawn. Doctor says he'll be fine with rest. Ellis nodded, genuinely pleased for the family. Good news. The animals weathered the storm well, no problems here. As the day progressed and the town gradually returned to its normal rhythms, Ellis found himself watching others with fresh eyes. He observed Micah at his forge, the blacksmith's powerful arms working iron with a care and precision that spoke of deep respect for his materials. He noticed Mrs. Wallace at the general store, measuring out goods for customers with scrupulous fairness, her weathered hands moving with the confidence of decades of practice. He saw Thomas checking each horse with methodical attention, missing nothing that might indicate discomfort or illness. These ordinary people living ordinary lives suddenly seemed extraordinary to Ellis, each engaged in their own particular conversation with the world, each leaving their mark in ways they might never fully recognize. Just as Caleb had left his essence somehow imprinted in the leather of his saddle, these people were inscribing themselves into the fabric of their community through countless small actions and choices. That evening, Ellis returned to the tack room with a sense of both anticipation and acceptance. Whatever the saddle might share, or not share, he felt prepared to receive it with appropriate reverence. He had brought a small lantern this time, setting it on a shelf where its warm light fell gently across the tooled leather, highlighting the intricate seams that circled the saddle's skirt. "I understand better now," he told the saddle quietly. Not just about Caleb, but about what he understood, about how to be in the world. The stable was peaceful around him, the horses settling for the night with soft snuffles and occasional stamping. Outside, the temperature continued to drop, stars appearing in the clear sky like ice crystals suspended in the blackness. Ellis sat comfortably on his stool, no longer awkward or uncertain in this strange communion. The familiar pressure began at the edges of his awareness, gentle and welcome now rather than startling. But unlike previous occasions, what flowed into Ellis this time wasn't a memory or scene from the past. Instead, he experienced a sort of invitation, a sense of possibility, opening before him like a trail leading into unexplored country. He saw himself continuing at the stable, not merely as a temporary stop on some uncertain journey, but as a place where his own story might unfold with meaning and purpose. He glimpsed himself learning from Thomas, from Micah, from the other residents of Dust Creek, who carried their own wisdom and skills. Most significantly, he saw himself developing the same deep attentiveness to the world around him that had characterized Caleb's life. The careful observation of natural patterns, the respectful partnership with animals, the appreciation for beauty in ordinary moments. It wasn't a vision of dramatic adventures or grand achievements. It was something quieter, yet somehow more profound. A life of presence and integrity, of work that mattered because it was done well, of connections to people and places and animals that were honored rather than taken for granted. When the impressions faded, Ellis remained sitting quietly in the lantern light, absorbing what had been offered. Unlike previous occasions when the saddle's stories had left him contemplating Caleb's experiences, this time he found himself looking toward his own future with new clarity and purpose. "Thank you," he said finally, resting his hand on the worn leather seat where countless miles had been ridden. "For the memories, for the understanding, for the welcome." In the nearest stall, old Bess nickered softly, as if in agreement. Ellis smiled, rising to extinguish the lantern before making his way out of the tack room. At the doorway he paused, looking back at the saddle now visible only as a deeper shadow among shadows. "I'll be back tomorrow," he promised quietly. And many tomorrows after that. As winter gradually gave way to spring, Ellis continued his evening visits to the tack room, sometimes experiencing new glimpses of Caleb's memories, other times simply sitting in companionable silence beside the saddle. He began to notice that these visions or impressions often seemed to come in response to questions or challenges he was facing in his own life. Not providing direct answers, but offering perspectives that helped him find his own way forward. Micah continued his occasional visits as well, though he rarely stayed long and spoke even less. He and Ellis developed a comfortable understanding, exchanging minimal words but sharing the unspoken acknowledgement of the saddle's special significance. When spring finally arrived in earnest, bringing the first wild flowers to the hills around Dust Creek, Micah appeared one evening with a fresh daisy, the first of the season, which he placed carefully at the base of the saddle stand, with the same reverence Ellis had observed months earlier. "First one I've seen this year," the blacksmith explained briefly. "Thought Caleb would want to know spring's properly arrived." Ellis nodded, understanding completely. "I'm sure he appreciates it." They stood together in comfortable silence for several minutes before Micah departed with a simple nod of farewell. As the door closed behind him, Ellis turned back to the saddle, now illuminated by the golden light of late afternoon streaming through the western window. "You've created quite a community around yourself," he observed with a smile. "For something that's supposed to be inanimate, you managed to bring people together rather effectively." The saddle remained silent in the conventional sense, but Ellis had long since learned to perceive its communications in other ways. The particular way light played across its worn surface, the subtle changes in the stable's atmosphere, the quiet understanding that seemed to flow between the leather and his own consciousness. In the months since his arrival in Dust Creek, Ellis had changed in ways both subtle and profound. He stood straighter, spoke with quiet confidence when necessary, and had developed relationships with the residents of the small town who had initially regarded him as just another drifter passing through. Thomas had formally promoted him to assistant manager of the stable, acknowledging the careful work and genuine connection with the animals that Ellis demonstrated daily. Most significantly, Ellis had found within himself a capacity for contentment he hadn't known he possessed. An ability to be fully present in each moment without restless yearning for something else, somewhere else. The dreams of freedom and endless horizons that had initially drawn him to Caleb's saddle had gradually transformed into appreciation for the freedom and beauty available in the life he was actually living. That evening, as Ellis sat beside the saddle with the fresh daisy providing a bright counterpoint to the aged leather, he felt the familiar, gentle pressure that signaled another sharing. This time, the impressions that flowed into him were fragmentary, yet deeply moving. Caleb as a young man receiving the newly crafted saddle, his pride and care as he oiled the pristine leather, Caleb in his prime, confidently guiding inexperienced riders in proper horsemanship, Caleb in later years, sometimes speaking aloud to the saddle during long, solitary journeys, as if it were a trusted companion rather than mere equipment. The sequence concluded with a scene Ellis hadn't witnessed before. Caleb sitting beside a campfire beneath stars much like those visible above Dust Creek, smoking his pipe and contemplating the saddle resting nearby. The horseman's thoughts, somehow conveyed across decades to Ellis's consciousness, were peaceful and philosophical, reflections on the good fortune of having found work that matched his temperament, of having traveled country that never ceased to inspire wonder, of having formed partnerships with horses that enriched his understanding of communication beyond human language. As the vision faded, leaving Ellis once again alone with the saddle in the quiet stable, he felt a sense of completion. Not an ending, but a circularity that seemed right and proper. What had begun with his discovery of the saddle beneath dusty blankets had developed into a relationship that transcended ordinary understanding, bringing him insights from another life while helping him discover his own path. I think I finally understand what you've been telling me all along, Ellis said softly to the saddle. It's not about the journey or the destination. It's about how fully you're present for each step along the way. Outside the stable, twilight was settling over Dust Creek, transforming the ordinary buildings and dusty street into something more graceful and mysterious. Ellis could hear distant sounds of the small town preparing for evening, the closing of the general store's door, children being called home for supper, the last metallic ring from Micah's forge being extinguished for the day. Within these humble surroundings, Ellis had found something he hadn't even known he was seeking, not merely employment or shelter, but a way of being in the world that honored both its challenges and its simple joys. Through Caleb's memories, preserved somehow in the well-worn leather of his saddle, Ellis had glimpsed a life lived with integrity and presence, values he now sought to embody in his own way, in his own time. He reached out one last time, his fingertips tracing the intricate tooling along the saddle's skirt, the running horses, the distant mountains, the lone rider silhouetted against the sunset. The continuous circular narrative that had no beginning or end seemed particularly appropriate now, embodying as it did the ongoing nature of experience passed from one life to another, one generation to the next. "Thank you," Ellis whispered, his voice barely audible even in the quiet stable, "for sharing his story, and for helping me find my own." As darkness settled completely around him, Ellis rose and made his way toward the stable door, pausing briefly to check on old Bess, who nickered softly in recognition. Tomorrow would bring another day of ordinary work, feeding horses, cleaning stalls, mending tack. Yet Ellis found himself looking forward to these tasks with genuine anticipation. Within such ordinary moments, he had discovered, lay opportunities for the same mindful presence that had characterized Caleb's life, the same potential for finding meaning in careful attention to what was directly before him. Outside, the first stars had appeared in the deepening blue of the evening sky. Ellis paused in the stable doorway, looking up at their distant light with new appreciation. Somewhere in that vastness, he thought, Caleb Winters might be riding still, not as a ghost or spirit in the conventional sense, but as a pattern of being, a way of moving through the world with attention and respect. That continued through those who recognized its value. With this comforting thought, Ellis closed the stable door behind him and walked toward his small room, already planning to return the following evening to sit once more beside the whispering saddle. Not because he needed more stories or guidance, but because some conversations, once begun, deserve to continue for as long as possible. Like good trails that lead always toward home, no matter how far they might wander in between. Thank you for joining us for The Whispering Saddle, a tale of memory, connection, and finding one's place in the world through the gentle whispers of a saddle that carried countless miles of frontier history. As the golden rays of sunset fade on Ellis and his newfound purpose in Dust Creek, we invite you to continue your journey through the dreamlike landscapes of the Red Dead Redemption world. Our next story awaits, ready to carry you deeper into slumber with its own unique tale from the American frontier. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the Larkspur River as Thomas Aldridge secured the last of his tools in the worn leather satchel that had accompanied him through 15 years of carpentry work. At 42, his hands bore the dignified scars of his craft, calluses that spoke of countless repairs to steamboat decks, cabin walls, and ornate railings that had suffered the inevitable wear of river travel. Standing on the newly completed deck of the River Queen, he surveyed his handiwork with the quiet satisfaction of a man who took pride in creating things meant to last. "She'll hold now, Captain," Thomas called to the burly figure inspecting the vessel's paddle wheel. "That new cypress will weather better than the pine they used before." Captain Hollister nodded, running weathered fingers along the fresh planking. "Fine work as always, Aldridge. Shame you won't ride with us to Valentine. Could use a man of your skills for the journey." Thomas smiled, shaking his head. "Much obliged, but I've business farther downriver. The Emerald Star needs repairs at Blackwater before the month's end." He gestured toward the small skiff tied alongside the steamboat. "My little craft will get me there with time to spare." The truth was simpler than the excuse. Thomas preferred solitary travel between jobs. After weeks of hammering, sawing, and accommodating the demands of boat owners and captains, the quiet days on river water restored something essential in him. The gentle current, the changing light on the water's surface, the rhythmic dipping of his oars. These things spoke to him in ways human conversations seldom did. As the River Queen's crew made final preparations for departure, Thomas loaded his belongings into his modest boat. Tools, provisions for a week's journey, the dog-eared journal where he sketched designs and recorded the peculiarities of different watercraft encountered during his travels. A craftsman by trade, but something of a scholar of river vessels by passion, Thomas had documented dozens of boats throughout the territory, noting the subtle variations that made each suited to its particular stretch of water. "Remember what I told you about Larkspur Bend?" Captain Hollister called as Thomas untied his skiff from the larger vessel. "Strange place after nightfall. Best make camp before you reach it, or well past it. Not on the bend itself." Thomas waved acknowledgement without fully committing to the advice. Like most rivermen, Hollister harbored superstitions about certain stretches of water, places where currents behaved unpredictably or where fog gathered with unusual persistence. Thomas had learned to respect such warnings without necessarily believing the supernatural explanations that often accompanied them. "I'll keep my wits about me," he assured the captain, pushing away from the steamboat with practiced ease. "Safe journey to Valentine." With smooth, efficient strokes, Thomas guided his skiff into the current, quickly finding the rhythm that would carry him downstream with minimal effort. The late afternoon stretched golden around him, cottonwoods along the banks catching the westering light like burnished coins, water rippling with amber highlights beneath his oars. This was the time of day he treasured most on the river. when the harsh glare of noon had softened into something gentler, when shadows lengthened and deepened, creating new geographies along familiar shorelines. Ahead lay 2 days of travel before reaching Blackwater, with Larkspur Bend marking roughly the halfway point of his journey. Thomas had passed that stretch of river numerous times in daylight, but had always heeded the unspoken wisdom of river travelers by ensuring he made camp either well before or significantly beyond the bend. Not from superstition, he told himself, but from practical considerations. The narrowing of the river at that point created unpredictable currents, and the steep banks offered few suitable places to land a boat. As dusk approached, Thomas began searching for an appropriate campsite, knowing from experience that navigating unfamiliar shorelines in darkness invited mishap. A small clearing on the eastern bank, elevated slightly above the waterline and sheltered by a stand of sycamores, presented itself just as the sun dipped below the horizon. With practiced efficiency, he guided his skiff towards shore, securing it to the exposed roots of a massive tree before unloading the essentials for his evening camp. The first stars emerged as Thomas built a small fire, the familiar routine of gathering kindling and arranging stones requiring little conscious thought. This left his mind free to wander along pleasant paths, contemplating improvements to his skiff's design, recalling the grain patterns of particularly beautiful pieces of wood he'd worked with recently, planning the approach he would take with the Emerald Star's damaged wheelhouse once he reached Blackwater. As flames caught and strengthened, casting flickering light across his small camp, Thomas prepared a simple meal of beans, salt pork, and coffee. The evening settled around him with the gentle sounds that accompanied river twilight, water lapping against shore, occasional splashes of fish rising to feed, the distant calls of night birds establishing their territories in the gathering darkness. This was solitude, but not loneliness. Isolation without desolation. A state of being that Thomas had come to prefer over the often complicated interactions of town life. The fire burned low as he finished his meal, stars multiplying overhead in the clear autumn sky. Thomas added several larger pieces of wood to the flames, establishing a slow-burning blaze that would provide warmth through most of the night without requiring constant attention. Settling back against his saddle, placed strategically between fire and river for maximum comfort, he opened his journal and began sketching idle designs for a more efficient paddle wheel assembly, something that had occupied his thoughts intermittently since observing a particular flaw in the River Queen's construction. The peace of his riverside camp was disrupted by the unexpected sound of oars cutting water. Rhythmic splashes approaching from upriver, growing gradually louder against the background murmur of flowing current. Thomas set aside his journal, reaching instinctively for the revolver he kept among his possessions, more from habit than any expectation of need. River travelers generally respected one another's solitude, but prudence had preserved him through many years of journeying through territories where law existed more as concept than reality. "Hello, the shore," called a voice from the darkness. Female, elderly but strong, carrying easily across the water. "Peaceful evening to you." Thomas relaxed slightly, though he kept his hand near his weapon as he moved toward the water's edge. "And to you," he replied, pitching his voice to carry without shouting. "Fire's warm if you're seeking company." The small rowboat emerged from shadow into the periphery of his firelight, a weathered craft piloted by an equally weathered woman. White hair pulled back in a severe bun framed a face lined by decades of sun and wind, yet her arms worked the oars with surprising strength for one who must have seen at least 70 years. She guided her boat towards shore with practiced precision, bringing it alongside Thomas's skiff before shipping oars with smooth economy of movement. "Much obliged," she said, securing her craft before stepping ashore with the sure-footed confidence of someone who had performed this action countless times. "Name's Eleanor Marsh. Most call me Ellie." "Thomas Aldridge," he responded, extending a hand which she shook firmly. "Coffee's still hot, if you've a mind for it." She nodded appreciation, seating herself beside the fire with the easy comfort of someone accustomed to making camp in unfamiliar places. "Don't often see folks stopping this close to Larkspur Bend," she observed, accepting the tin cup he offered. "Most travelers know better." There was no challenge in her tone, merely observation, yet Thomas felt subtle pressure to explain himself. "I'm familiar with the Bend," he said, reclaiming his seat across the fire from her. "Planned to make more distance today, but light was failing faster than expected." Ellie sipped her coffee without comment, studying him with sharp eyes that reflected firelight like polished stones. Something in her steady gaze suggested she was measuring his words against some internal standard of truth and finding them wanting. "You're the boat carpenter," she stated finally. "Worked on Hollister's vessel up at Fort Riggs, known for fine work with difficult woods." Thomas couldn't hide his surprise. "That's right, though I don't recall introducing myself as such." She smiled, revealing teeth remarkably intact for her age. "River has few secrets, Mr. Aldridge. Word travels faster by water than by land. Hollister mentioned you'd be heading downstream when a friend passed through Fort Riggs yesterday." She gestured toward his hands. "Besides, your fingers tell their own story. Corliss of a woodworker, not a common laborer." Thomas found himself warming to this unusual visitor, despite her disconcerting perceptiveness. There was something refreshingly direct about Eleanor Marsh, absent the social pretenses that often made conversations in town feel like negotiating unfamiliar rapids. "And you?" he asked, refilling her cup without waiting for request. "What brings a lady of your experience to navigate alone after nightfall?" If she took offense at his delicate reference to her age, she showed no sign. "Been ferrying folks across this river for 47 years, she answered with evident pride. "Started with my husband back in 28, continued alone after cholera took him in 43. Know every current, every hidden snag between Blackwater and Valentine, including Larkspur Bend," Thomas ventured, curiosity overcoming his usual reticence. Something changed in Ellie's expression, a subtle shift from casual conversation to more serious consideration. She studied him again, as if reassessing his readiness for certain knowledge. "Especially Larkspur Bend," she acknowledged finally. "Crossed it more times than anyone living, I expect. Day and night, clear skies and fog thick as wool." Thomas waited, sensing there was more she wished to say, yet hesitated to voice. The fire crackled in the silence between them, sending occasional sparks spiraling upward towards star-filled darkness. "You've heard stories," she stated rather than asked. "That's why you plan to avoid making camp there, despite this being an obvious stopping point for someone traveling your route." Thomas considered deflection, then abandoned the idea in favor of honesty. Something about Eleanor Marsh demanded straightforwardness. Captain Hollister mentioned it being strange after nightfall. He's not the first to suggest caution. Ellie nodded, her expression distant, as if seeing something beyond their small circle of firelight. "Strange indeed, but not dangerous, at least not to those who respect what they don't understand." She set her empty cup beside the fire. "I saw the lantern first in 45, 2 years after burying my William. Thick fog had settled on the river, worst I'd seen, had passengers needing to cross, family with sick child trying to reach the doctor in Blackwater." She paused, lost momentarily in memory, fingers absently tracing patterns on her worn trousers. Couldn't see 3 feet beyond my boat. No stars or shore to guide me. Knew I'd drift past my landing place, maybe hit the rocks downstream that had claimed many vessels. Then it appeared. Single light floating mid-river, moving slow but steady toward the bend. Thomas leaned forward despite himself, drawn by the evident sincerity in her voice. A boat lantern from another vessel? She shook her head firmly. No boat, no person holding it. Just light hovering above water, moving against current sometimes, standing still others. Didn't question the blessing, just followed, led me straight through fog to proper landing, then drifted back toward middle of river and vanished. Her eyes refocused on Thomas. Child lived, might not have without that guidance. The empirical part of Thomas's mind immediately sought rational explanations. Marsh gas igniting momentarily, reflection from distant farmhouse, hallucination born of stress and poor visibility. Yet something in Eleanor's direct gaze discouraged skeptical responses. She wasn't asking for belief, merely relating experience, as she had lived it. "You've seen it since?" he asked instead. 17 times over 30 years, she answered without hesitation. Always at the bend, always between dusk and dawn, always disappearing before sunrise. Never when I've tried deliberately to find it, only when need or chance brings me to that stretch of river after dark. Thomas added wood to their diminishing fire, using the task to organize his thoughts. "And others have seen this lantern as well?" "Some have," Ellie confirmed. "Others pass the bend 100 times and glimpse nothing unusual. The seeing seems particular, if you take my meaning." He wasn't certain he did, but nodded anyway. River people often spoke this way, obliquely, leaving spaces for understanding to develop naturally, rather than forcing conclusions through direct statement. It was one of the qualities he appreciated about life away from towns, where conversation too often became debate rather than exploration. "Any who've tried approaching it?" he asked, after comfortable silence had stretched between them. Something like amusement flickered across Ellie's weathered features. "Few have been fool enough to try. River there is treacherous even in daylight. Shifting sandbars, submerged rocks that appear and disappear with changing water levels. In darkness, pursuing a moving light." She left the consequence unstated but clear. "Yet the light itself navigates these dangers without difficulty," Thomas observed. "Because it belongs there," she replied simply. "As storm belongs to sky, as heron belongs to shallows." The conversation shifted to less mysterious topics as night deepened around them. Changes they'd both witnessed along the river over decades, mutual acquaintances among boat captains and crews, predictions about how the advancing railroad might alter water travel in coming years. Thomas found Eleanor's company unexpectedly pleasant, her knowledge of river matters both practical and extensive, her observations untainted by the gossip that often colored information exchanged in port towns. "I'll continue upstream at first light," she said finally, rising with the fluid movement of someone accustomed to balancing on shifting surfaces. "Need to meet the morning steamboat at Painted Sky Junction." "You're welcome to rest here until dawn," Thomas offered, genuine in his hospitality despite his usual preference for solitude. She smiled, shaking her head. "Appreciate the thought, but I've my own rhythm to maintain. River and I understand each other best when others sleep." She gestured toward his skiff. "Fine craft you have there." "Your own work?" Thomas nodded, pleased by her recognition. "Built her 3 years ago. Honduras mahogany for the ribs, cedar planking. Light enough for one man to handle, stable enough for rough water." "Good vessel," she approved. "Worthy of your journey." Something in her emphasis suggested she meant more than his planned travel to Blackwater. She moved toward her rowboat with purpose, untying it from shore with practiced ease. "If you continue tomorrow," she said, settling onto her seat and positioning her oars, "you'll reach the bend by midday. Beautiful in proper light, larkspur blooming along the banks this time of year, water clear as good conscience over white stones." She paused, fixing him with that direct gaze once more. "But if curiosity brings you back after sunset, remember that some things exist to be witnessed, not captured." With that cryptic advice, she pushed away from shore, her oars cutting water with barely a sound as she disappeared into darkness beyond his fire's illumination. Within moments, even the rhythm of her rowing faded beneath the river's constant murmur, leaving Thomas to wonder if the encounter might have been dream rather than reality. Only the empty coffee cup beside the fire confirmed Eleanor Marsh's visit, solid evidence against the surreal quality their conversation had assumed in retrospect. As he prepared for sleep, arranging his bedroll near the fire's dying warmth, Thomas found his thoughts returning repeatedly to her description of the mysterious lantern. Unlike many river stories that grew more elaborate and fantastic with each retelling, Eleanor's account had possessed the simple clarity of observed fact. She hadn't claimed supernatural origins or attributed mystical powers to the phenomenon, merely reported what she had seen with the matter-of-fact delivery of someone accustomed to accepting the river on its own terms. That quality resonated with Thomas's own approach to existence. As a craftsman, he worked with wood according to its nature, rather than forcing it against its grain. Each species had properties to be respected, limitations and strengths to be understood through experience rather than merely book learning. Perhaps river mysteries operated by similar principles, revealing themselves to those who approached with appropriate attention, rather than predetermined conclusion. With this thought providing unexpected comfort, Thomas drifted into sleep beside the gently flowing water, the occasional snap of cooling embers punctuating the night's deepening quiet. Morning arrived with pearlescent light filtering through ground fog that hugged the river's surface, transforming familiar landscape into something otherworldly. Thomas rose with the habitual efficiency of a man accustomed to maximizing daylight hours, rekindling his fire to prepare coffee and a simple breakfast, before packing his few possessions for continued journey. As he worked, he found himself contemplating his intended route with new perspective. His original plan, passing Larkspur Bend well before nightfall to make camp downstream, seemed suddenly arbitrary. Eleanor's description of the area's beauty warranted at least brief exploration in daylight, and his schedule allowed flexibility without compromising his commitment in Blackwater. Curiosity, he muttered to himself, recognizing the subtle shift in his normally pragmatic thinking. The mysterious lantern had caught his imagination despite his usual skepticism regarding river legends. This wasn't entirely surprising. As a craftsman, he was drawn to understanding how things worked, solving problems through observation and experiment, rather than accepting conventional wisdom without question. With morning routine completed and camp dismantled, Thomas guided his skiff back into the river's main current, establishing the steady rowing rhythm that would carry him downstream. The fog gradually dissipated as sun climbed higher, revealing landscape transformed by autumn's advancing influence, cottonwoods showing first hints of gold among summer green, morning light catching dew on riverside grasses like scattered diamonds. By mid-morning, subtle changes in the river's character indicated approaching transition. The waterway narrowed slightly, current strengthening as depth increased over rocky bottom visible through remarkably clear water. Wooded banks gave way gradually to more open terrain where limestone outcroppings occasionally punctuated grassy slopes. Thomas recognized these features from previous journeys, knowing they heralded proximity to Larkspur Bend, even before the river's course began its distinctive curve eastward. Rounding a final promontory, he entered the bend itself and found Eleanor's description entirely justified. The river swept in graceful arc between banks lined with blue-purple flowers that gave the location its name, their slender stems swaying gently in morning breeze. Water flowed over white limestone cobbles that reflected sunlight in patterns reminiscent of woven silver, creating impression of luminous pathway beneath the surface. Several great blue herons fished in shallows near the outer curve, their patient stillness embodying the location's peculiar tranquility. Thomas shipped oars, allowing his skiff to drift slowly with the current as he absorbed the bend's unexpected beauty. Despite having passed this stretch of river numerous times during his travels between jobs, he realized he had never truly seen it before, had always been focused on destination rather than journey, on making progress rather than experiencing a place. A suitable landing spot presented itself along the eastern shore, small cove where the river's natural erosion had created gravelly beach instead of the steeper banks characteristic of most of the bend. Thomas guided his craft toward this natural harbor, securing it to exposed tree roots before exploring the surrounding area on foot. The day passed with uncharacteristic leisure as Thomas discovered the bend's hidden features. A series of small caves punctuated the limestone bluff overlooking the river's narrowest point, their entrances partially concealed by cascading vines and wildflowers. Clear spring emerged from rocky outcropping nearby, joining the main waterway through miniature rapids that sang with continuous music. Throughout the area, larkspur bloomed in remarkable profusion, creating swathes of color that transformed ordinary riverside into something approaching the manicured gardens of wealthy estates he occasionally visited for specialized commissions. As afternoon waned toward evening, Thomas found himself making unplanned decision. He would camp here tonight, rather than continuing downstream as prudence and river wisdom suggested. Not from skepticism regarding Eleanor's story, nor from bravado that dismissed potential risk, but from genuine desire to experience this place fully, including whatever midnight mysteries it might harbor. He established camp on elevated ground beyond the beach, gathering substantial firewood for the night ahead. Years of river travel had taught him to prepare methodically, controlling variables within his power while remaining adaptable to those beyond it. If unusual phenomena manifested during darkness, he would observe with craftsman's attention to detail, rather than traveler's anxiety about progress. Sunset transformed the bend into a cathedral of changing light, golden rays striking water at increasingly shallow angles, limestone cliffs taking on amber hue before fading to purple as direct illumination gave way to reflected glow. Thomas prepared his evening meal with half his attention, unwilling to miss momentary effects that might never align precisely this way again. The herons departed for nocturnal roosting grounds, replaced by occasional bats swooping over water's surface in pursuit of emerging insects. Night settled gradually around his small camp, stars appearing individually then in constellations as darkness deepened. The fire burned steadily, providing both warmth and psychological comfort as familiar daytime landscape receded into shadow definitions of form. From his elevated position, Thomas could observe substantial portion of the bend, including central channel where water moved with deceptive smoothness over underlying complexity of current patterns. For several hours, nothing unusual disturbed the river's nocturnal routine. Occasional fish broke surface with quiet splashes, hunting nighttime insects, or simply adjusting position in the flowing water. Distant howl of coyote echoed briefly from hills beyond Western Bank, answered by another farther upstream. The moon rose nearly full, casting silver illumination across landscape and adding layers of light and shadow to scene already complex with nighttime mystery. Thomas maintained his vigil with patience born of years working wood that revealed its secrets only to those willing to wait for proper moment, when grain aligned perfectly for splitting, when moisture content balanced precisely for bending, when surface finally achieved proper preparation for finishing oils. Some processes couldn't be rushed without sacrificing quality of outcome. Perhaps river mysteries operated by similar principles, revealing themselves according to their nature rather than human expectation. Just past midnight, as moonlight reached its zenith, Thomas noticed subtle change in the Bend's atmosphere. It wasn't visual initially, but rather a shift in how sound carried across water, as if air density had altered slightly, creating acoustic properties different from normal conditions. The river's continuous murmur seemed to recede, despite unchanged water volume, background noise diminishing like theater audience quieting before performance begins. Then he saw it, faint glow emerging from downstream curve of the Bend, where river disappeared around wooded promontory. Unlike moonlight's silver radiance or fire's amber warmth, this illumination carried distinctive blue-white quality. Unlike any natural light source in Thomas's experience, it moved slowly against current, maintaining position approximately 10 feet above water's surface, while advancing with deliberate pace toward the Bend's central area. As it drew closer, details became apparent that supported Eleanor's description while exceeding it. The light indeed resembled lantern, but without visible suspension or carrier, simply luminous presence moving with purpose through darkness. Its glow radiated without casting shadows, illuminating nothing beyond itself, yet remaining clearly visible against night sky. Most remarkable was its movement. Not the random drift of floating object, but directed progress, suggesting intention despite absence of discernible controlling entity. Thomas watched, transfixed, as the light continued along seemingly predetermined path through the Bend's middle section. It paused occasionally, hovering motionless above particular spots before resuming its journey, behavior suggesting search or survey rather than mere transit through the area. Throughout its progress, it maintained constant elevation above water, unaffected by breeze that occasionally stirred shoreline vegetation or subtle variations in current beneath its passage. His craftsman's mind immediately began analyzing the phenomenon, seeking explanation within framework of natural principles. Marsh gas igniting momentarily might account for illumination, but not sustained duration or controlled movement. Reflection from distant source failed as theory, given the light's independent motion relative to fixed positions of moon and stars. Some elaborate human contrivance, perhaps wire suspended between shores supporting lantern that could be manipulated from concealment, seemed technically possible, but improbable given the Bend's remote location and the complexity required for such deception. As these rational explanations proved increasingly inadequate, Thomas found himself approaching the mystery differently, not as problem requiring solution, but as phenomenon warranting observation on its own terms. The lantern's existence presented itself as fact, regardless of explanation, just as certain woods split unexpectedly despite careful technique or grain alignment that should have prevented such outcome. For nearly an hour, the light continued its methodical exploration of the Bend, moving in patterns that suggested purpose without revealing specific intent. Thomas remained motionless at his elevated vantage point, concerned that approaching might cause the phenomenon to disappear before he could observe its full cycle of activity. Eventually, curiosity overcame caution. If the light maintained its current path, it would soon begin return journey downstream, potentially not reappearing until following night or later. This singular opportunity for closer examination might not recur during his limited stay. With craftsman's determination to understand through direct investigation rather than distant speculation, Thomas descended quietly toward his skiff. The boat entered water with minimal disturbance, his practiced handling eliminating unnecessary splash or sound. With gentle strokes that barely disturbed the surface, he guided his craft toward the bend's center, where the mysterious lantern now hovered above deeper channel. Each careful movement brought him closer to the phenomenon, while maintaining sufficient distance to observe without potentially interfering. At approximately 50 yards separation, Thomas shipped oars, allowing momentum and current to carry him gradually closer while freeing his hands for other tasks. From leather satchels stored beneath his seat, he retrieved small notebook and pencil, determined to document observations with the same precision he applied to woodworking measurements and calculation. The lantern continued its inscrutable patrol, seemingly unaware of or indifferent to his approach. From this reduced distance, Thomas noted additional details invisible from shore. The light itself emanated from central source, approximately 18 inches in diameter, surrounded by fainter luminous boundary suggesting shapes similar to traditional glass and metal lanterns, without actually manifesting solid structure. Occasional variations in intensity created impression of flame movement within non-existent housing. Complex illusion of conventional object composed entirely of light rather than physical material. Most fascinating was the light's relationship with water beneath it. Though maintaining constant height above surface, subtle connections appeared to exist between phenomenon and river. Tendrils of fainter illumination occasionally extending downward, touching water momentarily before retracting, like luminous roots seeking nourishment from flowing current. Absorbed in observation and documentation, Thomas failed to notice his skiff's gradual drift into faster-moving central channel. The boat's sudden acceleration as it encountered stronger current startled him from concentrated study. Looking up from his notebook, he realized his craft had moved significantly closer to the mysterious light than he had intended. Perhaps 20 yards now separating them, distance diminishing as converging currents drew both objects toward common point. Before he could correct his position, the lantern's behavior changed dramatically. Its methodical movement ceased as it hovered motionless, oriented toward his approaching boat with impression of attention despite absence of observable sensory apparatus. The quality of its light altered subtly, intensifying while focusing more directly in his direction, creating uncomfortable sensation of being examined by intelligence beyond conventional understanding. Thomas reached for his oars, suddenly uncertain about wisdom of further approach. Eleanor's cryptic warning echoed in memory. Some things exist to be witnessed, not captured. His craftsman's curiosity had overwhelmed River Wisdom's caution, potentially disrupting phenomenon he had hoped merely to observe. As he positioned oars to redirect his craft, several things happened simultaneously. The light pulsed with sudden brightness that momentarily transformed night into blue-tinged day. Current beneath his skiff strengthened unpredictably, spinning the boat partially sideways despite his corrective strokes, and somewhere nearby, though impossible to localize precisely, sound emerged, unlike anything in his experience, harmonic resonance combining aspects of distant bell, wind through narrow canyon, and something else entirely outside categorical reference. The combined sensory impact, overwhelming light, physical disorientation, and unprecedented sound created momentary incapacity during which Thomas lost control of both oars and orientation. His skiff rotated completely once before stabilizing in turbulent eddy formed where converging currents met submerged rock formation. When vision cleared sufficiently to reassess surroundings, he discovered the mysterious lantern had vanished completely. Not gradually diminished or moved beyond visual range, but disappeared between one heartbeat and next while leaving no trace of its presence. Recovering his composure with effort, Thomas navigated carefully back to shore, the river suddenly ordinary again in moonlight that seemed insufficient after witnessing the lantern's peculiar radiance. Securing his craft with hands still unsteady from the encounter, he retreated to campfire with confused mixture of excitement, disappointment, and lingering sense that he had somehow transgressed boundary not meant to be crossed. Sleep proved elusive despite physical fatigue, his mind replaying the experience while seeking framework adequate to contain its implications. The lantern clearly existed as observable phenomenon, yet defied conventional explanation through properties that contradicted established natural principles. Most troubling was its apparent awareness, the distinct impression of being perceived by something that itself consisted merely of light, without material substrate for sensory apparatus. Morning arrived with fog once again embracing the river, transforming landscape into dreamlike suggestion of forms rather than defined reality. Thomas rose early, his usual efficient routine disrupted by lingering preoccupation with previous night's experience. As he rekindled fire and prepared coffee, unexpected sound drew his attention toward the water. Rhythmic splashing of oars approaching from downriver, resolving gradually into rowboat emerging from mist with familiar figure at the oars. "Thought I might find you here," Eleanor called as her craft drew near shore. "River told me someone disturbed the lantern last night." Thomas offered no denial as she secured her boat alongside his. "Coffee's hot if you've time," he said instead, gesturing toward fire. She nodded, joining him with same easy familiarity she had displayed during their previous encounter. For several minutes they sat in silence, steam rising from tin cups clutched in hands weathered by different forms of labor, hers by decades of rowing, his by continuous interaction with tools and timber. "You tried to approach it," she stated finally. "Not accusation, but simple recognition of fact." "I did," Thomas acknowledged, seeing no value in prevarication. Craftsman's curiosity, wanting to understand how something works, what makes it what it is. Eleanor nodded, unsurprised. "Natural enough. Most who see it feel similar pull, though few act on it." She studied him carefully. "What did you learn from your investigation?" The directness of her question caught Thomas momentarily unprepared. He had expected admonishment for disregarding river wisdom, not sincere inquiry about results of his transgression. "That it exists beyond conventional explanation," he answered after consideration. "That it possesses awareness without discernible physical form capable of housing consciousness as we understand it. That attempting to study it directly fundamentally alters the phenomenon being studied." He paused, adding the most significant conclusion with craftsman's honesty. "That some mysteries function as complete systems which lose essential qualities when disassembled for examination." Eleanor's weathered features relaxed into approving smile. "Most who chase the lantern never reach that understanding," she observed. "They either abandon the pursuit as hopeless or continue it with increasing desperation, each approach driving the mystery further from comprehension rather than bringing it closer." "You knew this would happen," Thomas stated, recognition rather than accusation. "You expected I would ignore your warning about witnessing versus capturing." She sipped her coffee before responding. "Expected is too strong. Recognized the possibility. Some lessons can't be conveyed through words alone. must be experienced directly to achieve proper understanding. She gestured toward his hands, like learning proper pressure for planing different woods, or exactly when grain alignment will support bending without breaking. Knowledge beyond instruction, acquired through engagement with material itself. Thomas nodded, understanding the comparison from craftsman's perspective. Certain woodworking techniques required physical experience that no written manual could adequately convey. Development of touch sensitivity that distinguished between adequate and exceptional results. Intuitive recognition of proper moments for specific actions that transformed mere construction into genuine craftsmanship. "The lantern will return?" he asked after comfortable silence had stretched between them. "Always has," Eleanor confirmed. "Perhaps not tonight or tomorrow, but eventually. Its appearances follow patterns beyond ordinary human calendars, responding to rivers' changing character, phases of certain stars, and variables we likely haven't identified despite centuries of observation." "We?" Thomas questioned, noting the plural pronoun. Eleanor smiled enigmatically. "Many have watched the river through generations, Mr. Aldrich. My 47 years represent mere moment in continuous observation, stretching back to times before current settlements existed." This casual reference to historical depths previously unmentioned raised numerous questions, but Thomas recognized futility of pursuing them directly. Like the lantern itself, some aspects of river knowledge revealed themselves according to their nature, rather than external demand for disclosure. "It's helpful, isn't it?" he asked instead, returning to the phenomenon itself. "You said it guided you through fog once, potentially saving lives." She nodded slowly. "Helpful sometimes, yes, though helpful suggests intent we can't verify. Perhaps interaction rather than assistance. Mutual acknowledgement between different orders of existence, temporarily sharing same physical space." She studied him with renewed intensity. "Your encounter last night, the lantern responded to your approach, yes? Changed its behavior when you drew near?" "It did," Thomas confirmed, recalling the unsettling moment when random patrol transformed into focused attention directed specifically toward his boat. "Seemed to examine me as intentionally as I was examining it." "Precisely," Eleanor said with evident satisfaction. "Not object being observed, but participant in mutual engagement. This understanding separates those who merely see the lantern from those who comprehend its significance. The difference between your approach last night and your potential approach tonight, should you choose to remain." The suggestion caught Thomas by surprise. "You think I should stay another night, after disturbing it?" "Disturbing implies harm or damage," she corrected gently. "You interrupted patterns, certainly, but creating connection rather than disruption. The lantern withdraws not from injury, but from incompatible modes of engagement, like conversation halting when participants suddenly speak different languages." She rose, stretching slightly before continuing. "Whether you stay is your decision alone, but having established initial contact, subsequent encounter might prove quite different from first communication rather than examination, exchange rather than extraction." Thomas considered this perspective as they finished their coffee in companionable silence. His planned schedule allowed flexibility without compromising commitment in Blackwater, and genuine curiosity about potential second encounter overrode practical considerations about making additional downstream progress. "Today, I'll think on it," he said finally, walking with Eleanor toward her rowboat. "Though I'm not convinced the lantern would welcome my continued presence after last night's intrusion." She smiled as she settled onto her rowing seat and positioned oars. "The river rarely holds grudges, Mr. Aldrich. Its nature is constant flow, continuous renewal. What matters isn't yesterday's disturbance, but today's approach. With practiced movement, she pushed away from shore. If you stay, remember, witnessing rather than pursuing creates space where encounter becomes possible. Thomas watched as her boat disappeared into lingering patches of morning fog, her enigmatic advice echoing in mind that combined craftsman's precision with newfound appreciation for mysteries that resisted analytical dissection. Throughout his working life, he had approached challenges from the perspective that problems existed to be solved, questions to be answered, unknown aspects of materials or techniques to be rendered known through careful investigation. The lantern at Larkspur Bend represented different category of experience, phenomenon that maintained integrity precisely because it resisted complete explanation within conventional understanding. Like certain qualities of beautiful wood that exceeded functional requirements while enhancing aesthetic appreciation, some aspects of existence served purposes beyond practical utility or intellectual categorization. Decision formed gradually as Thomas attended to morning routines, clarity emerging through physical activity rather than abstract contemplation. He would stay another night, not from determination to solve the mystery, but from willingness to experience it more completely. His approach would differ from previous attempt: observation without pursuit, appreciation without attempted acquisition, witness rather than investigator. The day passed with pleasant productivity as Thomas made minor repairs to his skiff, reinforcing seams stressed during previous night's unexpected turbulence and refinishing surfaces damaged by ordinary travel wear. These practical tasks kept his hands occupied while allowing his mind space to process the profound shift in perspective initiated by encounter with the mysterious lantern. As craftsman, he had always respected materials with which he worked, understanding their properties, limitations, and potential through combination of technical knowledge and developed intuition. Yet this respect had remained fundamentally utilitarian, focused on how wood could be shaped to serve human purposes, rather than appreciating its existence independent of those applications. Perhaps river mysteries deserved similar respect for their intrinsic nature, rather than value derived from human understanding. Evening approached with dramatic sky painted in reds and purples as sun descended beyond western hills. Thomas prepared more substantial camp than previous night, establishing comfortable position overlooking the bend while remaining far enough from water's edge to avoid direct interaction with whatever might manifest during darkness. His intention had transformed from investigation to appreciation, not dismissing curiosity that remained an essential aspect of his character, but tempering it with newfound respect for maintaining appropriate distance from phenomena that functioned according to their own inherent principles. Nightfall brought gradual emergence of stars, their familiar constellations providing comforting framework against which potential extraordinary events might be measured. The nearly full moon rose later than previous evening, its initial absence creating deeper darkness that enhanced visibility of fainter celestial bodies while rendering riverside landscape in subtle gradations of shadow. Thomas maintained patient vigilance as night deepened around his small camp, attention divided between immediate surroundings and broader expanse of the bend visible from his elevated position. Unlike previous evening's anticipation colored by determination to understand, his current state combined alertness with acceptance, preparation for experience that might or might not occur according to factors beyond his control or comprehension. Shortly after midnight, familiar atmospheric change signaled potential manifestation, subtle shifting of audio qualities followed by progressive diminishment of background sounds, as if environment prepared itself for significant event. Thomas remained motionless, deliberately avoiding movements that might disrupt whatever natural process had begun. The lantern appeared without gradual emergence, arriving with sudden presence, as if transitioning from invisible to visible without intermediary states. Its location differed from previous night, materializing directly in the bend's center rather than approaching from downstream curve. The distinctive blue-white illumination remained consistent, though perhaps slightly less intense than during Thomas's closer observation. Its movement pattern also showed variation, beginning with slow rotation rather than immediate directional travel. For over an hour, Thomas observed from distance as the lantern performed complex sequence of positions throughout the bend, hovering momentarily above certain spots, moving with varying speeds between locations, occasionally descending almost to water's surface before rising again to standard elevation. Unlike previous night's perception of random patrol, this activity suggested specific purpose, systematic visitation of particular points according to predetermined sequence, invisible to ordinary perception. Most remarkable difference from previous encounter was the lantern's periodic orientation toward Thomas's position. Without approaching shore or demonstrating aggressive intention, it occasionally paused in its circuit and directed its illumination briefly toward his camp. Acknowledgement rather than examination, recognition of observers' presence without intrusive investigation of either party by the other. This mutual awareness without pursuit created exactly the space Eleanor had described. Context for encounter rather than capture, appreciation rather than acquisition. Thomas found unexpected contentment in this arrangement, satisfaction different from but equal to successful completion of challenging woodworking project. Mystery remained intact while experience deepened, understanding emerging not through analysis of component parts, but through recognition of integrated whole. The lantern completed its complex pattern shortly before moonrise, concluding with brief hovering directly above the bend's center before disappearing with characteristic suddenness. Transition from presence to absence without intervening diminishment. Unlike previous night's sense of disrupted experience, this departure conveyed impression of completed cycle, natural conclusion to process that had unfolded according to its inherent pattern. Thomas remained awake afterward, watching moonlight transform the bend into silver-etched landscape of remarkable beauty. His craftsman's mind still pondered possible explanations for what he had witnessed, theoretical frameworks that might accommodate light behaving with apparent intelligence, yet without material substrate. But these analytical considerations no longer carried urgency of required resolution. Intellectual exercise rather than existential necessity. Sometimes, he reflected, value emerged not from solving mystery but from experiencing it appropriately, engaging with phenomenon according to its nature rather than imposing external expectations that distorted authentic encounter. The lantern existed as integral feature of River's complex reality, significant precisely because it transcended conventional understanding while remaining accessible to properly attuned perception. Morning arrived with clarity that extended beyond atmospheric conditions to Thomas's internal landscape. Dismantling camp with characteristic efficiency, he loaded his skiff with renewed appreciation for journey that had expanded beyond mere transit between work locations to include unexpected education in approaching mystery. As his craft entered current that would carry him toward Blackwater and awaiting commission, Thomas cast final glance toward the bend, ordinary again in daylight, yet permanently transformed in his awareness by experiences of the past 2 nights. Eleanor's wisdom resonated with craftsman's sensibility that had always recognized how understanding emerged through proper relationship with materials rather than forced extraction of compliance with predetermined expectation. Some things existed to be witnessed, not captured. The lantern at Larkspur Bend had taught this lesson more effectively than any words could convey, illuminating not just the river's nighttime surface, but deeper understanding of how reality's mysteries maintained integrity precisely because they resisted complete explanation. This knowledge would inform not only his future encounters with unexplained phenomena, but his approach to craft itself, deepening appreciation for those qualities in wood that exceeded technical understanding while enhancing beauty of finished work. With steady strokes that quickly found familiar rhythm, Thomas guided his skiff downstream, carrying with him memories of blue-white light moving with purpose through darkness, and newfound wisdom about approaching mystery with respect rather than demand. The river flowed onward as it always had, its surface ordinary in morning light, yet harboring depths that occasionally revealed themselves to those prepared to witness without needing to possess. As the gentle currents of the Larkspur River continue their timeless journey, carrying Thomas Aldridge and the memory of the mysterious lantern downstream toward Blackwater, our attention drifts like autumn leaves across the landscape of the frontier. The river's path eventually merges with broader waters, just as one tale naturally flows into another in the tapestry of stories that define these untamed territories. The mysteries of the frontier extend far beyond riverbanks and floating lights. In the shadowed valleys and sun-dappled meadows where civilization's reach remains tentative, other phenomena await those with patience to perceive them. Just as Thomas learned that some things exist to be witnessed rather than captured, there are other frontiersmen who have encountered wonders that defy conventional understanding. Let us turn our attention now to a different sort of mystery, one that unfolds not on flowing waters but across the golden grasses and twisted mesquite trees of a secluded hollow. Here, where evening shadows gather like whispered secrets, and the wind carries scents of sage and dust, travelers speak in hushed tones of another enigmatic presence that has become as much a part of the landscape as the ancient rocks themselves. Our journey continues in Mesquite Hollow, where locals and travelers alike tell tales of a solitary figure, glimpsed in the velvet hours between sunset and true darkness. Neither fully substantial nor merely imagined, this presence moves with purpose known only to itself, leaving behind impressions more lasting than physical tracks in the earth. As night deepens and stars emerge above the sleeping landscape, allow your mind to drift from the gentle waters of Larkspur Bend to the mysterious expanse of Mesquite Hollow, where another story awaits. The tale of the Velvet Rider of Mesquite Hollow. The first hint of dawn traced the eastern hills with delicate fingers of pale gold, lifting night's veil from Mesquite Hollow with unhurried grace. Eliza Thorne sat on her porch, weathered hands cradling a steaming cup of coffee, as she had nearly every morning for the past 17 years. The ranch house behind her stood quiet, her husband Thomas and their 2 grown sons still lost to dreams as cattle lowed softly in nearby pastures. This moment, suspended between night and day, between rest and labor, belonged to her alone. 62 years had etched fine lines around Eliza's eyes and silvered hair once rich as chestnuts, but those eyes themselves remained clear and vigilant. They swept the hollow methodically, tracking the transformation as darkness yielded to half-light. Mesquite trees, twisted and ancient, emerged as shadowed silhouettes against the lightening sky, their gnarly branches reaching like arthritic fingers toward heaven. Prairie grass rippled in gentle waves as dawn breeze whispered promises of the coming day, and somewhere beyond the ridge a coyote offered a final lonesome call before seeking daylight shelter. At her feet, the old blue heeler called Scout shifted position, raising his grizzled muzzle to test the morning air before settling his chin on weathered paws. Unlike other mornings when he dozed beside her chair, today his ears remained pricked forward, his rheumy eyes fixed on the eastern edge of the hollow, where mesquite gave way to rolling grassland. Eliza recognized the posture immediately, her heart quickening with familiar anticipation. "You sense it too, old friend," she murmured, setting her coffee aside and leaning forward slightly. Scout's tail thumped once against the porch boards in acknowledgement, but his gaze never wavered from the distance. The morning stillness deepened momentarily, as if the world itself paused between breaths. Even the birds fell silent, their dawn chorus interrupted by something beyond ordinary perception. Eliza had learnt to recognize this moment, this peculiar pocket of silence that preceded what she had come to think of as visitation rather than mere sighting. There, at the precise spot where the eastern trail emerged from between twin mesquite sentinels, a figure materialized, as if coalescing from dawn mist itself. Rider and horse appeared simultaneously, neither preceded by warning dust cloud or approaching hoofbeats. One moment the trail stood empty, the next occupied by the unmistakable silhouette Eliza had waited countless mornings to glimpse. The velvet rider moved with fluid grace across the threshold between wilderness and homestead. Mounted on a horse the color of burnished copper, the figure wore a long coat of deep burgundy velvet that caught morning light like liquid garnets. A wide-brimmed hat cast the rider's face in perpetual shadow, revealing nothing of identity beyond the suggestion of strong jawline and the gleam of eyes that seemed to hold knowledge beyond ordinary understanding. Eliza released a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. 3 months had passed since the rider's last appearance, the longest absence since that first sighting 17 years ago, when smallpox had nearly claimed her youngest son. She remembered that morning with perfect clarity. Her desperation after the doctor had departed, shaking his head with grim finality. Her choice to carry 5-year-old Jacob to the porch for what might be his last sunrise. The appearance of the stranger on the copper horse, who had merely passed by, tipping that wide-brimmed hat briefly in their direction before continuing westward into brightening day. Jacob's fever had broken by noon. Since then, the velvet rider had appeared irregularly but repeatedly through the years, never approaching the house directly, never speaking or acknowledging Eliza beyond that same respectful hat tip, yet somehow conveying reassurance through mere presence. The rider came and went like weather, beyond human influence or prediction, yet Eliza had come to see the appearances as something between blessing and confirmation, silent testimony that the world contained more wonders than hardship, more mystery than despair. Now the figure proceeded along the trail that skirted the northern edge of their property, moving at that same unhurried pace that somehow covered ground more efficiently than seemed possible. The copper horse stepped with impossible lightness, hooves barely seeming to disturb the dew-heavy grass beneath. No sound accompanied their passage, no creak of saddle leather, no jingle of spurs or bit, no solid impact of hoof against occasionally stony ground. The velvet coat rippled with fluid grace, catching dawn light with subtle shifts between burgundy and deeper purple, as if its color existed at the threshold of perception. Eliza unconsciously straightened her spine and smoothed her apron with work-roughened hands. She never called out or waved, having learned early that the rider acknowledged only through that respectful hat tip, never pausing or diverting course, regardless of what transpired around them. Yet she prepared for that moment of recognition with the care others might reserve for greetings with royalty or clergy, a reverence born from years of wondering and watching. As the rider drew parallel to the house, Scout rose to his feet, tail wagging with slow dignity rather than his usual exuberance for visitors. The old dog had never barked at the velvet-clad figure, not even during that first appearance when he'd challenged every stranger approaching their homestead. Today he simply stood at attention, offering canine acknowledgement that registered neither fear nor excitement, merely recognition of something that existed beyond ordinary categorization. The rider turned slightly in the saddle as they passed, and though Eliza could not see the face clearly beneath shadow cast by the wide-brimmed hat, she felt the weight of that gaze settle briefly upon her. With deliberate grace, a gloved hand rose to touch the hat brim in that familiar, respectful gesture, before returning to rest lightly on the saddle horn. The moment stretched like honey poured from jar to plate, seemingly slow yet ultimately brief, before the rider continued westward, silhouetted against the strengthening dawn light. Eliza released another breath, reaching to stroke Scout's grizzled head as he settled back beside her chair. Still keeping watch, aren't you? Still knowing what others miss? The dog leaned against her leg with comfortable familiarity, his eyes tracking the receding figure until rider and mount disappeared beyond the western rise, where Mesquite Hollow gave way to open prairie. Only then did Scout sigh deeply and lower his chin to his paws. Duty fulfilled for another indefinite interval. Birdsong resumed as if a conductor had signaled the orchestra's return, filling the morning with liquid notes that celebrated day's arrival with uncomplicated joy. Cattle lowed more energetically from nearby pastures, and somewhere inside the house, floorboards creaked as the household stirred toward wakefulness. The ordinary rhythms of ranch life reasserted themselves, yet Eliza remained seated, contemplating what she had witnessed with the same mixture of wonder and acceptance that had characterized each previous sighting. She never spoke of the rider to Thomas or their sons. The few times she had mentioned the apparition years earlier, Thomas had gently suggested that early morning light played tricks on aging eyes. Her sons had listened with childhood's open belief initially, then adolescence' tolerant skepticism, and finally adults' distracted dismissal of tales that aligned with neither their experience nor their understanding of possibility. Eliza had stopped sharing the sightings, recognizing certain visions remained clearest when held privately rather than subjected to others' interpretation. Yet she knew she wasn't alone in witnessing the Velvet Rider's passage. Occasional comments from neighbors referenced similar sightings, oblique mentions over shared meals or church socials that never developed into full accounts, yet carried unmistakable undertones of shared secret. Rancher Abrams had once mentioned casually that cattle grew notably calmer when that fancy rider passed through his north pasture. Widow Carson attributed her orchard's unexpected recovery after devastating blight to a blessing carried on horseback at dawn. Even Reverend Phillips had once alluded to messengers that pass without speaking yet leave comfort in their wake during a sermon about divine visitation. Most significant was old Samuel Weathers, retired cavalry scout whose small cabin stood near the eastern entrance to Mesquite Hollow. Unlike others who referenced the rider indirectly, Samuel spoke openly about his encounter at Mason Creek Crossroads nearly 20 years earlier. He described with unwavering certainty how a rider in velvet coat had appeared at dawn, offering military salute rather than customary hat tip, before continuing westward, without word or pause. 3 days later, Samuel had declined to renew his cavalry contract, despite distinguished service record and certain promotion, choosing instead to establish peaceful residence in this quiet territory. Knew right then my fighting days were done, he would explain when pressed for reasoning. Some messages don't need words to be understood, clear as sunrise. Eliza sipped her cooling coffee as Thomas's heavy footsteps approached from behind, signaling end to her solitary contemplation. She schooled her features to ordinary morning composure, tucking away wonder and questions behind the practical countenance that served daily life. The Velvet Rider would return or not, according to patterns beyond her comprehension, bringing that peculiar reassurance that required neither explanation nor justice to be valuable. Like faith itself, some comforts defied rational articulation. "You're up early again," Thomas observed, his voice still rough with sleep as he settled into the adjacent chair. His large hand reached automatically to scratch behind Scout's ears with familiar affection. "Anything worth seeing out there?" Eliza smiled faintly, gaze lingering on the western rise where rider and mount had vanished into brightening day. "Just the morning," she answered. "Just the morning. Coming, beautiful as always." The ranch hands were already gathering by the corral when Abraham Weathers guided his ancient mule toward the Thorne homestead. At 82, the former cavalry scout moved with deliberate caution, rather than the fluid grace that had once made him legendary among military trackers, yet his back remained straight and his gaze sharp beneath bushy white eyebrows. He'd risen before dawn as habit demanded, despite retirement from both military service and active ranching, his small cabin at Hollow's Edge offering perfect vantage point for observing traffic along Eastern Trail. Eliza spotted him from the vegetable garden where she'd been harvesting late summer squash, immediately abandoning her basket to meet him at the property boundary. Though Abraham visited regularly to share meals and conversation with the Thornes, his arrival this early suggested purpose beyond social courtesy. The old man removed his weather-beaten hat as she approached, revealing sparse white hair and sun-darkened scalp beneath. "Morning, Eliza," he greeted, voice grovelled by decades of wilderness living. "Fine day shaping up." "Indeed it is, Abraham," she agreed, wiping garden soil from her hands onto her apron. "You're out and about early?" The old scout nodded, pale blue eyes crinkling at corners with subtle meaning. "Saw our mutual acquaintance passing through at first light. Thought you might have noticed too." Eliza's breath caught briefly at this direct reference to what normally remained unspoken. Abraham alone spoke plainly about the Velvet Rider, comfortable naming what others merely alluded to through metaphor and implication. His forthright approach both unnerved and relieved her, validating her experiences while challenging comfortable boundaries around mystery. "I did," she acknowledged with matching directness. "First sighting in 3 months." Abraham nodded thoughtfully, gnarled fingers absently stroking his mule's grey neck. "Noticed something different this time. Rider was carrying something. Satchel or pouch secured behind the saddle. Don't recall seeing that before." Eliza frowned slightly, reviewing her own observation with careful attention. She'd been so focused on the rider's familiar silhouette and that moment of acknowledgement that she hadn't registered specific details beyond presence itself. "I didn't notice," she admitted. "What sort of satchel?" "Leather looked to be. Old-fashioned saddlebag type, but just one instead of paired. Couldn't make out much else at that distance." Abraham settled his hat back on his head, squinting thoughtfully toward western horizon. 17 years I've glimpsed that rider passing through these parts, and first time I've seen anything carried beyond what's normally worn. Makes a man wonder. The observation settled uncomfortably in Eliza's thoughts. Patterns maintained over years carried significance precisely through their consistency. Changes suggested purpose or intent beyond routine passage. She found herself unexpectedly unsettled by this variation, though she couldn't have articulated precisely why. "Weather's been dry," she noted, seeking rational explanation. "Perhaps just provisions for the journey." Abraham's expression suggested polite skepticism regarding this mundane interpretation, but he merely shrugged weathered shoulders beneath faded cotton shirt. Perhaps so, he conceded. Or perhaps our mysterious friend has business beyond passing through this time. Thought you should know, considering your interest. I appreciate that, Abraham. Eliza hesitated, then added what she rarely voiced even to herself. Sometimes I consider following. Just once. To see where the journey leads. The old scout studied her with sudden sharpness, assessment honed through decades tracking both enemies and allies across unforgiving territory. Trails open to all, he finally responded, neither encouraging nor discouraging, though some journeys reveal their meaning only to those prepared to accept what they discover. With that cryptic observation, he touched his hat brim and turned his mule toward home, leaving Eliza standing at property boundary with unspoken questions multiplying like ripples across disturbed water. The revelation of change in established pattern combined with Abraham's neither endorsement nor opposition to following created uncomfortable restlessness within her normally pragmatic nature. Mystery had remained comfortable precisely by maintaining distance. The possibility of actively engaging it transformed passive wonder into choices requiring action. She returned to her abandoned garden basket, gathering remaining squash with mechanical movements while her thoughts traveled elsewhere entirely. The Velvet Rider had been constant presence throughout nearly 2 decades of family life, appearing irregularly yet dependably through seasons of both hardship and prosperity, witnessing their struggles and achievements from respectful distance without intervention beyond that singular exception when Jacob lay dying. The rider represented benevolent mystery rather than intimate connection, maintaining boundaries that defined relationship as observational rather than interactive. Following would fundamentally alter that relationship. It would transform Eliza from passive recipient of visitation to active participant in whatever purpose guided the rider's journey. The prospect both tantalized and terrified her, promising answers to long-held questions while threatening comfortable distance that had protected mystery from disappointing explanation. Some wonders diminished when examined too closely. Others revealed depths beyond initial appreciation. Which category contained the Velvet Rider remained unknowable without risk. These thoughts accompanied Eliza through remaining morning activities as she prepared midday meal for ranch hands and family with practiced efficiency that required minimal conscious attention. She kneaded bread dough with unnecessary vigor, her mind replaying Abraham's words alongside memory of that burgundy velvet coat, catching dawn light as its wearer passed silent judgment on ordinary lives from horseback. The rider had been observing their existence for 17 years. Perhaps balance required observation, flowing in opposite direction as well. "You're mighty quiet today," Thomas commented as he washed trail dust from hands and face at the kitchen basin. His voice held affectionate concern rather than criticism, recognizing unusual preoccupation in woman whose conversation normally flowed easily throughout shared labor. "Something troubling you?" Eliza considered confiding her thoughts before familiar reticence reasserted itself. Thomas had never witnessed the rider despite countless opportunities, and she'd long ago accepted that some visions remained selectively available rather than universally accessible. Attempting to explain the significance of potential pattern change to someone who questioned the pattern's existence at all would only create unnecessary friction. Just thinking about harvest season approaching, she deflected with practiced ease, trying to calculate preserving needs for winter. Thomas accepted this reasonable explanation without question, conversation turning naturally toward practical matters of ranch management and community events as they shared midday meal with their sons and workers. Throughout these ordinary exchanges, Eliza's thoughts repeatedly drifted westward, along the trail where rider and copper horse had disappeared beyond prairie rise hours earlier. She found herself cataloging potential preparations should she choose to follow, provisions needed, horse selection, explanation for temporary absence that wouldn't raise alarm or opposition from family. By day's end, as sunset painted western sky with colors reminiscent of that velvet coat, decision had crystallized within her. Tomorrow morning she would saddle Juniper, the steady mare who had carried her reliably through territory surrounding Mesquite Hollow for nearly a decade. She would prepare modest provisions, sufficient for days' journey without suggesting extended absence. She would follow the Velvet Rider's path, maintaining respectful distance while satisfying questions that 17 years of observation had cultivated beyond containment. Remarkably, once decision formed, the restlessness that had accompanied her throughout the day dissipated into calm certainty. Sleep came easier than anticipated, her customary insomnia before anticipated rider appearances replaced by deep, dreamless rest that suggested rightness in chosen course. She woke before her usual hour, moving through pre-dawn darkness with quiet efficiency as she dressed in practical riding clothes and left brief note explaining intention to ride north-western boundary fences, truthful without revealing complete purpose. Dawn found her waiting beside already saddled Juniper as Scout settled into his customary position at gate, ears forward in anticipation as first golden light touched eastern ridge. The familiar pocket of stillness descended, birds falling silent as air thickened with expectancy that preceded familiar manifestation. Scout's tail thumped against dirt once as the Velvet Rider materialized between twin mesquite sentinels, copper horse stepping soundlessly onto trail that had witnessed their passage countless times before. The rider proceeded exactly as in previous appearances, maintaining steady pace along northern property boundary without variation or hesitation. Eliza confirmed Abraham's observation immediately. A single leather satchel hung behind the saddle, secured with straps whose craftsmanship suggested age beyond contemporary manufacture. The bag appeared full but not distended, its contents maintaining dignified shape rather than bulging awkwardly against constraints. As Ryder drew parallel to property gate, that moment of recognition unfolded with familiar ritual. Slight turn in saddle, gloved hand raised to hat brim, brief acknowledgement that conveyed neither invitation nor prohibition. Eliza felt weight of unseen gaze with particular intensity this morning, as if her intention registered with the figure, despite absence of outward declaration. No change in established patterns suggested awareness of imminent departure from tradition, yet she sensed subtle alteration in quality of acknowledgement that might have existed entirely within her expectant imagination. The rider continued westward without pause, leather satchel maintaining steady position behind saddle as Copper Horse carried its burden toward horizon with that same impossible lightness that defied ordinary locomotion. Eliza waited only until figure crested western rise before mounting Juniper with practiced ease, patting Scout's head in farewell as she guided the mare through gate and onto trail, still holding invisible trace of preceding passage. "We're just following the western trail," she told Juniper as the mare's ears flicked back questioningly at this departure from routine. Nothing alarming about that. Despite this rational statement, Eliza felt boundary dissolving beneath Juniper's steady hoofbeats. 17 years of passive observation transforming into active participation with each forward step. The morning spread before them with remarkable clarity, dew-heavy grass glittering like scattered diamonds beneath strengthening sunlight, while meadowlarks reclaimed dawn chorus with liquid enthusiasm. Behind them, ranch buildings diminished with surprising speed, familiar structures reducing to miniature versions that emphasized how quickly one life could recede when moving toward another. Juniper maintained steady walking pace as they crested western rise, revealing expansive prairie stretching toward distant blue mountains, barely visible through morning haze. The main cattle trail divided here, southern fork leading toward town and trading posts, while western route continued through open rangeland toward territories less frequented by settlement. Eliza had expected difficulty determining Ryder's chosen path, yet found herself unconsciously guiding Juniper westward without hesitation. Certainty beyond rational explanation, directing their journey as surely as any visible tracks might have done. That certainty proved justified, as copper-colored shape appeared briefly on distant ridge before disappearing beyond next geographical feature. The Velvet Rider traveled faster than Juniper's steady pace allowed, yet remained intermittently visible through fortunate combination of terrain features and timing that provided glimpses at irregular intervals. Eliza maintained respectful distance, close enough to confirm following correct path while remaining far enough behind to honor unspoken boundaries that had characterized their unusual relationship through nearly 2 decades. Morning stretched into midday as they traveled steadily westward, Mesquite Hollow falling hours behind as terrain gradually transitioned from gentle prairie to more dramatic landscape, where ancient geological forces had pushed sedimentary layers into exposed formations of startling beauty. Juniper navigated increasingly complex pathway with sure-footed confidence, her stamina testament to good breeding and careful conditioning maintained through years of ranch work. Eliza periodically offered water from canteen and handfuls of grain from saddlebag, ensuring the mare's needs received proper attention despite journey's unusual nature. Though she'd packed provisions sufficient for full days riding, Eliza found herself disinterested in food as hours passed. Anticipation sustained her beyond physical hunger, curiosity providing energy that ordinary sustenance seemed unnecessary to supplement. She paused occasionally to stretch legs and allow Juniper brief rest, yet kept these stops minimal, aware that increasing distance between herself and Ryder might result in lost opportunity to witness whatever destination or purpose lay ahead. By mid-afternoon, golden light had acquired amber quality that softened landscape features while emphasizing their essential forms. They entered territory Eliza recognized from occasional extended rides years earlier. Hidden Springs Valley, named for abundance of small water sources that emerged unexpectedly among otherwise arid surroundings. Ancient cottonwoods marked these precious water sources, their massive trunks and spreading canopies standing in stark contrast to surrounding vegetation of drought-adapted scrub and occasional juniper. The trail descended gradually between weathered sandstone formations before opening into valley proper, where scattered wetlands supported remarkable diversity of plant and animal life. Thousands of years of indigenous presence had left subtle marks upon the landscape, faded pictographs adorning protected rock faces, grinding stones worn smooth through generations of use, occasional stone circles marking forgotten ceremonial spaces reclaimed by native grasses and wildflowers. Eliza had always felt peculiar reverence in this place, recognizing sacredness that preceded European arrival and would outlast current occupation. The valley held healing properties beyond scientific explanation. Wounded animals traveled here instinctively, plants with medicinal properties grew in unusual abundance, and visitors often reported extraordinary dreams or insights occurring during overnight stays among these ancient presences. Local tribes maintained small seasonal encampments in protected alcoves despite reservation confinement elsewhere, their continued visitation testament to Valley's spiritual significance beyond ordinary landscape designation. As Juniper picked her way carefully along trail that skirted larger wetland areas, Eliza caught movement ahead that immediately captured complete attention. The Velvet Rider had paused beside massive cottonwood, whose gnarled trunks suggested centuries of continuous growth. For first time in Eliza's experience, the rider had dismounted, standing beside Copper Horse, with one gloved hand resting lightly on saddle while other reached toward leather satchel secured behind it. Without conscious thought, Eliza guided Juniper behind sheltering sandstone formation that allowed continued observation without immediate visibility. The distance remained significant enough that details proved difficult to discern precisely, yet close enough to witness unprecedented behavior from figure who had maintained unbroken routine throughout 17 years of previous sightings. Heart pounding with mixture of anticipation and trepidation, she watched as the velvet rider opened the leather satchel and removed a bundle wrapped in what appeared to be simple cloth. With deliberate movements that suggested ritual rather than casual activity, the rider approached Cottonwood's massive trunk, bundle held with evident care between gloved hands. Standing before a particular section where bark had grown in patterns resembling flowing water, the velvet-clad figure bowed slightly before placing bundle in natural hollow, formed where massive root emerged from ground. Though distance prevented visibility of specific contents, Eliza noted the care with which arrangement occurred, not casual placement, but deliberate positioning, suggesting significance beyond ordinary delivery. Task completed, the rider stood motionless before the ancient tree, head bowed as if in prayer or communion. The copper horse remained where left, neither ground-tied nor secured to nearby vegetation, yet showing no inclination toward movement, despite lush grasses growing within easy reach. Minutes passed with rider maintaining this position of apparent reverence, before finally straightening and returning to the waiting mount. Eliza expected immediate departure, continuation of westward journey, or perhaps return along same path that had delivered them both to this sacred valley. Instead, the velvet rider turned slightly after remounting, facing directly towards sandstone formation behind which she observed, though distance and shadow still prevented clear view of features beneath wide-brimmed hat. She felt weight of direct regard with unmistakable certainty, not incidental acknowledgement, but deliberate recognition of her presence. Despite careful concealment, for endless moment, rider and observer remained connected through that invisible line of awareness, neither moving nor breaking tenuous connection established across intervening space. Then, with slow deliberation that conveyed intention rather than coincidence, the velvet-clad figure raised gloved hand to hat brim, in familiar gesture that now carried weight of direct invitation rather than passing acknowledgement. The meaning registered with immediate clarity, despite absence of spoken word or explicit instruction. Permission granted, boundary temporarily dissolved, witnessed welcomed rather than merely tolerated. Heart pounding with recognition of both honor and responsibility inherent in this unprecedented invitation, Eliza guided Juniper from behind sheltering stone and onto open trail. She approached at measured pace that demonstrated respect without hesitation, maintaining direct course toward Cottonwood where rider awaited her arrival with uncharacteristic patience. The copper horse watched her approach with unusual intelligence, evident in its posture, ears forward with interest rather than concern, despite unfamiliar presence entering its space. As she drew near, Eliza glimpsed details previously hidden by distance, intricate patterns embroidered in darker thread upon burgundy velvet coat, silver conchos securing leather vest beneath it, weathered quality of gloves suggesting years of continuous use without replacement, yet still the wide-brimmed hat cast impenetrable shadow across facial features, maintaining essential mystery despite proximity that should have revealed identity. Stopping Juniper at respectful distance, Eliza inclined her head in greeting. "I hope my presence doesn't intrude," she offered, voice steadier than anticipated given circumstance. 17 years I've watched you pass through Mesquite Hollow without following. Today seemed different. The rider remained silent, yet subtle inclination of shadowed head suggested acknowledgement, of both statement and implicit question regarding changed behavior. Gloved hand gestured toward Cottonwood's base, where Bundle rested in root hollow. Invitation clear despite continued absence of verbal communication. Understanding her role now included examination of what had been delivered with such care. Eliza dismounted and approached the ancient tree with matching reverence. Kneeling beside gnarled root, she found small bundle approximately size of bread loaf, wrapped in simple, unbleached cloth, secured with twine that appeared hand-spun from natural fibers. The contents yielded slightly beneath gentle pressure, suggesting organic material rather than manufactured goods or mineral treasure. She looked toward Ryder, seeking permission before disturbing arrangement clearly placed with ceremonial intent. Another slight nod granted approval, gloved hand making unwrapping gesture that confirmed next appropriate action, with careful movements that mirrored the rider's earlier reverence. Eliza untied natural twine and folded back cloth covering to reveal contents that immediately explained Satchel's purpose, while raising countless new questions. Seeds, hundreds of them, lay carefully arranged in distinct groupings, separated by smaller cloth dividers. Some she recognized immediately as medicinal plants native to territories surrounding Mesquite Hollow: echinacea, yarrow, willow, sage, and dozens more whose healing properties had sustained indigenous populations for countless generations before European arrival. Others appeared foreign to her extensive botanical knowledge, suggesting origins beyond local territories or perhaps varieties lost to common cultivation through changing agricultural practices. Each grouping contained sufficient quantity for multiple plantings, enough to establish sustainable populations rather than mere sample specimens. The collection represented pharmaceutical treasure beyond monetary valuation, its worth measured in potential healing rather than market dynamics. Bees belong here, she stated rather than asked, understanding flowing from lifetime immersed in connection between land and well-being. You're returning them to original territory. Though no verbal confirmation followed, she sensed approval radiating from the silent figure still mounted on Copper Horse. The Velvet Rider had been transporting healing throughout territories surrounding Mesquite Hollow, not through direct intervention, but through restoration of natural balance disrupted by settlement patterns emphasizing domesticated crops over native medicinals. The rider served as courier between remnant populations of precious plants, ensuring genetic diversity and geographical distribution that might otherwise disappear through isolation and habitat loss. Understanding crystallized with sudden clarity that left Eliza momentarily breathless. For 17 years she had witnessed healing messenger passing through their lives, carrying restoration from place to place, with methodical dedication, beyond human timeframes or recognition. The rider's appearance during Jacob's illness hadn't directly intervened in Boy's recovery. Rather, it represented momentary intersection between different forms of healing. One immediate and crisis-figured, the other patient and system restoring, both equally necessary within greater balance. "You've been doing this all along," she murmured, caressing seed packets with newfound appreciation for work spanning decades before her awareness had registered its existence. Reconnecting what settlement patterns separated, while the Velvet Rider inclined head slightly, neither confirming nor denying interpretation, yet conveying acceptance of understanding achieved through observation rather than explanation. Gloved hand gestured toward particular seed packet containing small black specimens Eliza didn't immediately recognize, despite extensive knowledge of regional flora. She lifted packet carefully, noting subtle fragrance suggesting medicinal potency despite dormant state. "These are different," she observed, studying their distinctive shape with focused attention. important somehow. For first time in 17 years of encounters, the Velvet Rider spoke, voice neither distinctly male nor female, but resonant with quality suggesting connection to land itself. Nearly lost came simple explanation, 2 words carrying weight of ecological tragedy, barely averted. Need guardians. The request in those final words registered with perfect clarity despite minimal expression. The rider wasn't merely showing her the seed collection, but transferring partial responsibility for their dispersal and protection. The healing work extended beyond single messenger's capacity. Continuation required additional hands committed to restoration rather than exploitation, patience rather than immediate yield. I understand, Eliza responded, carefully rewrapping precious cargo with renewed appreciation for both its value and vulnerability. I'll help them return where they belong. She sensed rather than saw smile beneath shadow cast by wide-brimmed hat, brief softening of unseen features communicating approval without exposure. The rider nodded once, mission accomplished beyond mere delivery of physical materials. Knowledge transfer completed appropriately, wisdom shared across boundaries that separated different approaches to same essential territory. Without further communication, the Velvet Rider gathered reins with subtle movement that suggested imminent departure. Eliza stepped back, giving Copperhorse necessary space while maintaining momentary connection established through shared understanding. As Ryder prepared to resume westward journey, she offered one final question that 17 years of observation had distilled to essential curiosity. Are you from here originally? This territory, I mean. Brief hesitation suggested consideration rather than reluctance, evaluating question's intent beyond literal interpretation. I belong to the land, came measured response that answered while maintaining necessary mystery. As do you now. With that profoundly simple statement encompassing both limitation and possibility, the Velvet Rider touched hat brim in familiar gesture that now carried weight of acknowledged partnership rather than mere passing recognition. The Copperhorse moved forward with that same impossible lightness that had first captured Eliza's attention years earlier, carrying its burgundy-clad rider westward toward destinations beyond current understanding, yet connected through shared purpose. Eliza watched until Ryder disappeared among cottonwood groves marking Western Valley boundary. Understanding she witnessed neither final departure nor permanent separation, but merely temporary divergence within continuous work extending beyond individual lifespans. She turned attention to seed packets nestled within natural hollow, recognizing responsibility accepted, extended beyond mere gardening into fundamental relationship with territory itself. Gathering precious cargo with appropriate reverence, she secured bundle within Juniper's saddlebag before mounting for journey homeward. Hidden Springs Valley glowed with late afternoon light that transformed ordinary landscape into revelation of essential beauty, inviting deeper appreciation for complexities normally obscured by practical concerns. Juniper carried her eastward with steady rhythm that suggested partnership rather than mere transportation, shared journey rather than unilateral direction. By time they approached Mescoy Hollow's western boundary, sunset had painted horizon in shades remarkably similar to velvet coat she had followed through changing landscapes. Ranch buildings emerged from gathering dusk as familiar anchors within territory now perceived through expanded understanding. Thomas would be watching for her return. Sons would have questions about extended absence. Daily responsibilities awaited resumption with undiminished immediacy. Yet something fundamental had shifted through journey completed. The Velvet Rider would continue passing through Mesquite Hollow at dawn intervals impossible to predict, yet comfortingly reliable in eventual manifestation. Eliza would continue rising early, watching Eastern Trail with coffee cooling beside her while Scout maintained vigilant companionship. Their familiar acknowledgement would pass between them with unchanged ritual of hat tip and respectful observation. Their difference lay not in external pattern, but internal understanding. Recognition that healing moved continuously through territories they shared, requiring neither dramatic intervention nor rational explanation to accomplish essential restoration. The rider traveled boundaries between worlds, carrying connection rather than separation, despite solitary appearance. Eliza now recognized her own similar role within community. Observer who participated, witness who contributed, individual connected beyond visible boundaries. As Juniper carried her final distance toward waiting home, Eliza patted saddlebag containing precious seeds with gentle assurance. "We begin tomorrow," she promised both cargo and absent rider. "Small plantings in protected places, guardianship without ownership, restoration without recognition." The Copper Horse and Velvet Rider would continue westward journey tonight, carrying similar precious cargo toward other valleys requiring reconnection. Tomorrow, or next month, or perhaps next season, dawn light would again reveal familiar silhouette emerging between twin mesquite sentinels, bringing momentary intersection between different approaches to same essential purpose. Eliza would raise coffee cup in silent greeting, receiving customary hat tip with deeper appreciation for its true significance. Some messengers spoke through silence more eloquently than others managed through countless words. Some journeys revealed their meaning only through patience spanning years rather than hours. Some healing occurred through restoration of balance rather than dramatic intervention in crisis. The Velvet Rider had demonstrated these truths through 17 years of silent passage. Eliza had finally learned to understand the language being spoken all along. Scout greeted her at gate with dignified enthusiasm, suggesting awareness of journey's significance beyond mere physical absence. Thomas appeared on porch, relief evident in posture as Juniper carried her final distance home. Questions would follow, explanations would be offered within boundaries appropriate to different understandings. Some experiences translated poorly into ordinary conversation. Others revealed their value precisely through practical application, rather than elaborate description. Tomorrow she would begin. Small garden of native medicinals behind Springhouse, where microclimate offered necessary protection for vulnerable first plantings. Seeds, carried by velvet-clad messenger, would take root in territory that recognized them as belonging rather than foreign. Restoration occurring through patience rather than force. Healing would continue along boundaries between different approaches to shared territory. Connections strengthening through recognition of shared purpose despite superficial separation. And perhaps someday, another early riser sitting with cooling coffee might glimpse Eliza herself passing along boundaries between homesteads, carrying seedlings or knowledge with similar quiet purpose. Different messenger, similar message, continuity extending beyond individual participation while requiring precisely that commitment to maintain essential connection across generations and boundaries alike. For now, she dismounted at familiar gate, patting Juniper's neck with genuine appreciation for partnership in journey completed. "We're home," she told the mare, "but we understand home differently now." The eastern horizon, where tomorrow's dawn would eventually appear, remained dark with night's current dominance, yet contained promise of eventual illumination that would reveal world transformed through changing perspective rather than changing circumstances. The Velvet Rider would appear again when appropriate intersection aligned purpose with presence. Until then, seeds would grow through appropriate attention, restoration would continue through committed participation, and healing would move through territory with or without direct observation. Mesca Hollow welcomed her return with familiar embrace of cricket song and cattle's distant lowing. Thomas descended porch steps to meet her, concern and welcome equally evident in weathered features. Scout pressed against her leg with steady companionship that bridged different forms of understanding, without requiring explanation. Juniper sighed contentedly as saddle weight lifted from back, accustomed to both burden and freedom. "You were gone longer than expected," Thomas observed, helping with saddlebags, while studying her expression for explanation beyond practical details. Eliza smiled gently, newfound understanding settling comfortably within established relationship. "I followed a different trail today," she acknowledged, hand briefly touching precious cargo secured within leather pouch. "It showed me things I've been seeing differently all along." Thomas nodded acceptance without pressing for details beyond offered sharing, recognizing boundaries that defined individual experience within shared existence. Together they walked toward house illuminated against gathering night, separate journeys temporarily aligned, through mutual recognition of connection beyond complete articulation. Different messengers carrying similar understanding through territory they stewarded rather than owned. Dawn would arrive again tomorrow, as it had countless mornings before. The Velvet Rider would appear or not, according to patterns beyond human scheduling or expectation. Seeds would begin journey from dormancy toward expression, restoration continuing through patience rather than insistence. Eliza would rise early, watching Eastern Trail with coffee cooling beside her, witnessing mystery without demanding explanation beyond participation itself. Some riders brought healing through passage rather than intervention. Some journeys revealed their meaning through continuation rather than destination. Some understanding grew through observing connection rather than analyzing separation. Mesquite Hollow cradled these realizations as it had always cradled those attentive enough to recognize value. Beyond measurement, presence beyond appearance, continuation beyond momentary manifestation. Perspective might not be a monetary. There was momentum the velvet coat would catch dawn light again someday, burgundy deepening to purple or brightening toward garnet as perspective and illumination shifted with relative position. The copper horse would step with impossible lightness across boundaries between different understandings of shared territory. The wide-brimmed hat would dip briefly in acknowledgement of witness appreciated, and Eliza would respond as she always had, with quiet recognition that some blessings required neither explanation nor ownership to provide essential healing, with gratitude for visitation that confirmed connection beyond ordinary perception, with acceptance that mystery retained value precisely through remaining partially unexplained, despite intimate participation in its continuous unfolding across territories shared rather than divided. Morning would arrive, bringing both illumination and continuing mystery, both revelation and sustaining questions, both connection and necessary distance. The Velvet Rider would continue necessary journey, with or without direct observation. Seeds would grow according to patterns established long before current stewardship. Healing would move through territory with ancient patience beyond modern urgency. And those attentive enough to notice would raise coffee cups in silent greeting to messengers passing through boundaries between different understandings of shared purpose. Velvet catching light like promise remembered rather than merely observed. Hat tip acknowledging witness, participated in restoration beyond passive observation. Copper horse carrying healing through connections rather than imposing transformation upon separation. Mesquite Hollow would welcome dawn again tomorrow, as it had countless mornings before, and would countless mornings hence. Within that reliable pattern, endless variations would unfold, according to purposes both visible and hidden, both understood and mysterious, both immediate and patient. Those willing to follow unexpected trails might discover connections already present beneath apparent separation. Restoration already moving through territory requiring neither dramatic intervention nor complete explanation to accomplish essential healing across boundaries more permeable than commonly perceived. Velvet-catching dawnlight would continue offering silent testimony to this fundamental truth long after current witnesses completed their temporary participation in territory's continuing story. Every hat tip acknowledged not merely current observer, but continuous observation, extending across generations and boundaries alike, connection recognized rather than established, understanding witnessed rather than created, belonging affirmed rather than granted. And those with patience to notice would continue rising early, watching Eastern Trail with cooling coffee beside them, participating in restoration through attention beyond explanation, through presence beyond analysis, through connection beyond separation, that mistakenly defined understanding as isolation rather than recognition of shared purpose, differently expressed through necessary diversity. The Velvet Rider would continue necessary journey with or without acknowledgement. Those chosen to witness would continue necessary observation with or without complete understanding. Territory would continue necessary healing with or without human participation, though connection flowed more freely when bridges formed through recognition of shared purpose, despite different approaches to common journey across boundaries more imposed than inherent. Dawn would illuminate these connections again tomorrow, as it had countless mornings before. Velvet would catch light like reminder rather than revelation. Hat tip would acknowledge witness rather than mere observer. Copper horse would carry healing along boundaries between different understandings of shared territory, and those attentive enough to notice would recognize invitation extended through silent passage, participation offered through witnessing rather than following, through planting rather than harvesting, through continuing rather than completing journey, whose significance extended beyond individual understanding, yet required precisely that commitment to sustain essential connection across generations alike. Mesquite Hollow waited quietly beneath star-filled sky, anticipating morning's eventual arrival with patient certainty beyond momentary darkness. Within that reliable pattern, endless possibilities prepared expression according to necessary timing rather than human expectation. The Velvet Rider continued westward journey, carrying seeds toward territories requiring reconnection rather than introduction, restoration rather than transformation, recognition rather than creation, continuation rather than beginning or ending. And those willing to participate would continue rising early, watching boundaries between different understandings with quiet attention beyond explanation or ownership. Some messengers spoke through passage rather than pronouncement. Some healing moved through connection rather than intervention. Some understanding grew through recognition rather than analysis. Dawn would reveal these truths again tomorrow, as it had countless mornings before and would countless mornings hence. Quiet revelation available to those patient enough to witness rather than merely observe, to participate rather than merely analyze, to continue rather than merely complete journey, whose significance extended beyond individual understanding, yet required precisely that commitment to sustain essential connection across territories, shared rather than divided by boundaries more imposed than inherent in land itself. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the West be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.